everybody. Welcome back to negotiations. It was nice for, I think, everybody to have a little bit of downtime over the spring break and then last Thursday as well. So we got to catch our breath a little bit and head into April, which, as I think we all know, is a month. It's a lot going on. But we're going to hit the ground running tonight. We've got a ton on our agenda, a ton we're trying to both introduce and wrap up. And so I just want to, first of all, thank everybody that made time to come this evening, and then also those viewing from home. We always appreciate that. We feel good. We've accomplished a lot so far. We currently have 5 TA'd articles and 3 or 4 more that we think are pretty close, and that's really great at this point, at the start of April. So I'm very proud of that work that we've done. But as always, the hardest issues to resolve, time, workload, and money, those ones are it's harder to land the plane. So we're still going to need a little bit more time to work through those, to resolve those issues, but we're excited to take a big step forward in that direction tonight. We agree with the district team that compensation is a priority. We're looking forward to beginning that conversation. On the agenda tonight, just so that you can kind of plan out your time, we're starting with Article 22, which is equity. We're moving into compensation. And then after our dinner break, we'll be bringing Article 26, which is SPED and language. And then we're going to have a couple other articles that we're going to that are sort of in the process of red lines that we're going to go back and forth on. It looks like probably 20, 22, 23, and maybe 11. So as those come up, we'll introduce kind of what those are. But in order to make the best use of our time, we're going to get started kind of right away. So as we go around the room, and I'll start first, we'll introduce ourselves, say what your position is within the district, if you have any time constraints or any elephants, and then just a simple how you doing tonight. We're not going to do a longer question because we really want to get into all, because we've got a lot scheduled. So I am Michelle Malis. I am a Spanish teacher at Green Mountain High School. I'm also the Jcea bargaining chair, and I do not have any time constraints here for the duration. I do not have any elephants. I'm very excited to be here tonight and looking forward to the conversations we're going to have. And we'll just go ahead and go a la izquierda.
I don't speak Spanish, but I know that's to the left. Steve Landergan. I'm the Executive Director for Employee and Labor Relations. I've been with the district for 6 months, a little over, and I have no time constraints, no elephants, and also looking forward to this bargaining session. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Deanne Hoffman, and I am the principal at Hutchinson Elementary. I have no time constraints or elephants in the room this evening. And just to be redundant, I'm also looking forward to the conversation and happy to be here.
Caroline Frazee, principal at Arvada High School. No elephants, no time constraints. Also very happy to be here.
Dale Munholland, Jcea Vice President and Social Studies Teacher at Pomona High School. No time constraints, no elephants or anything like that. I do want to point out I did bring my name badge, so I'm expecting a sticker. And I'm looking forward to tonight.
Richard Sanchez. I teach 6th grade social studies at Bell Middle School. I'm also JCEA's organizing action team chair. No elephants, no time constraints. Excited.
Hi, I'm Kendra Geis. I teach 5th grade at Swanson Elementary. No time constraints, no elephants, and I'll echo the word excited.
Everyone, Brenna Copeland, Chief Financial Officer. I'm not officially on the bargaining team, which means I get to subject you to a joke that I think is so funny. So what did the teacher call her new dentures? Substitutes.
Amen. I mean, how do I follow that? Gosh, substitutes. Anthea Justice, Loading Specialist, Ryan Elementary, JCA bargaining team. No time constraints, no elephants, big or small, and yeah, let's do this. Rock and roll.
Brooke Williams, JCA president and art educator.
no time constraints, no elephants, and I'm also ready to do this. Oh, also, I do want to apologize for locking everybody out of the bargaining folder. I guess that's my elephant. Sorry.
Is that me?
No, it was me.
No, is that the problem?
Maybe. Hi, Christine Wiggins, JCA, trying to figure out why Rob can't get into the folder. No elephants, time constraints, happy to be back.
Yeah, hi, Rob Cassidy, a science teacher at Stanley Lake High School. No time constraints. I do have an elephant that I can't get into any of the folders. So I think we're still working on that one. And that includes both all the NAT stuff and all the bargaining or all the benefit stuff, everything I can't get in. So hopefully that will get resolved.
I just wanted to make it fun, Rob.
Thank you.
Hi, Stephanie Jones, part of the JCA bargaining team and behavior systems coach. No elephants, no time constraints, and just excited to get going and be back.
Hi, Maria Messer, Executive Director of Special Education. No time constraints and no elephants. And I am looking forward to hearing about Article 26, Special Education.
Why?
Hi, I'm Michelle DeAndrea Austin. I am the principal at Bell Middle School. I have no time constraints and no elephants, and I'm just happy to be here too.
Still requested access, yeah. I'm Anna Bryant, third grade teacher at Hackberry Hill. No time constraints or elephants and ready to go once we can get into the folders.
Good evening, everyone. I am Amanda Perazio. I'm the Associate Chief of Schools. And I forgot all the things. I have no time constraints, no elephants, except for I am working to give people back access. So I just tried giving Rob and Anna access. I'm working on giving my team back access. So hopefully soon you will all be editors. I don't know why it's not working immediately. That's the lovely part of Google that doesn't always work. So elephants, time constraints. How am I doing? Don't ask. It's been a rough day. This week I've washed my face with shampoo and ordered my lunch at the wrong location and went to the location I thought I ordered it at. That was fun. So, it's been a rough week. That's where I'm at.
I think you're in good company. It has been. All right. Well, thank you, everybody. It's great to see you all again after our hiatus. And we are beginning tonight with Article 22, which is our equity article. And the district will be presenting their Delta version of that language. Dale, isn't this usually where you say pen and paper never had a bad day?
All right, don't you worry. We're going to make this happen eventually. Okay, until then, we are going to start with 22. We have just a few very brief modifications based on the feedback that was given to us last time. So I have it in our shared folder, and I will link it in at this exact moment. Maybe. Headlines. Anna has gained access. Okay. There's so many buttons. Okay, it is now linked in the agenda, so you should be able to access it. I will pop it up on the screen. Hopefully it's the correct, should be District Delta. All right. Let me make it a little bigger here. Okay, so previously we have accepted many of the changes that were offered. So you can see those highlighted throughout. On 22-2-1A, we would like to offer a friendly amendment and offer to include both of these two phrases. Implement programs to attract, recruit, and retain staff, educators, and administrators that more closely reflect the racial, ethnic, and linguistic diversity percentages of the student body of the district. Again, as we stated last time, this is certainly something that we want to work toward. We acknowledge that the word percentages is something that is important, and certainly we want to get there, and we know that it is going to be a challenge always with the applicant pools that we have to get to an actual reflection of, but it is always something that we are committed to and working toward. Down below, we have accepted much of this language previously. The next piece that we are offering a friendly amendment to is 22-4-1. You have outlined or indicated previously that you'd like policy GBA to be the one that is referenced. Of course, we're certainly amenable to that because that is the policy we will use. When it comes to employment practices that are free from discrimination, and what we have offered in this at the end of this article, and I'm going to start with this piece right here. The district will adhere to all state and federal laws as well as district policies related to equity, opportunity, employment, harassment prevention, and non-discrimination. What we'd like to offer is all employees are also expected to adhere to district policy and professional responsibilities outlined in the Jeffco Employee Handbook. All persons, including students, have a right to privacy as outlined in policy JB-R. The reason that we have offered these two statements, first of all, in the Jeffco Employee Handbook, it outlines use of district technology, but also professional use of social media, such as who you're friending, whether you should be friending students, etc., that kind of thing. And so we'd like to reference that particular part of our expectations and responsibilities for our employees. The reason that we referred to JB-R, this policy is quite extensive and does offer the protections that you are requesting as far as offering support to students. There's very specific language in that policy that protects employees from disclosing information that may be subject to Family Education Rights Privacy Act, or FERPA, as well as sharing information that a student has not given you permission to share. And so that policy does offer those protections and, frankly, requirements of an employee who has that sensitive information. Finally, in 22-4-4, we have accepted the district will collaborate with Jcea on training aligned to models recognized as best practice in Colorado. And we would like to offer, because this is already a practice that we are engaged in annually, Jcea may review all data related to formal reports of harassment or discrimination shared with the Board of Education, and we reference the annual monitoring report 3.4. This is a public report that all pretty much humans that have access to the internet can find. And so instead of generating an additional report, we would like to begin training all of our community members, staff, and others to start accessing the materials that we are already pulling and posting annually through our monitoring reports. And just for everyone's reference, a monitoring report is a report written by typically our leadership departments, our chiefs, and they are writing them toward the board ends statements. And those are the board goals that they set each year. And so those reports are posted annually and presented at board meetings. And pretty much any report you can think of that you might want to access can be found in those reports. That is it. Just those three things. Any questions?
If there are no questions, and maybe I missed it, but Jcea may review all of the data. So how would that happen? Would they come here to the building?
Oh, no, it's all online.
It's all online.
It's all posted in our board docs. You can see all monitoring reports, and it will contain any formal reports of harassment or discrimination for all employee groups. And I'm not sure to what extent this is on there, but it may also include student harassment or discrimination reports and that of our community, should they be shared with us as a school district if they happen on our property, for example.
Okay, great. Thank you. Any other questions about this language? Brooke?
Are names redacted from that report, or are they within it?
They are. It's shared in high-level numbers, kind of like what you were asking. It doesn't refer to any specific school locations, building locations, nor do I believe it has specific employee groups saying JCEA, JESPA, JCAA.
Okay.
Just a second. And we can pull this year's report. Julie Tellison, our chief legal counsel, has worked on this report. I believe it's being presented or was just presented. Can't remember. It might be presented in May.
Brooke, did you have another question?
Yeah, there was a passage in here that was about employees who chose to disclose their protected status. I just wanted to know the thinking about why that was struck. I can't remember.
So certainly we have no desire to prevent freedom of speech. That is something that is afforded to all of us as Americans. And so certainly it's something that we can all do. It's not something that we as a school district would ever censor people from doing. However, what we cannot do is we cannot control the way in which people engage on social media. And we also can't make an assumption that everyone is going to engage in an appropriate way. And we definitely don't want to make an assumption that people are going to engage in an inappropriate way. And so instead, what we'd really like to refer to is just their professional responsibilities outlined in the employee handbook, and neither prevent nor support the use of social media in whatever way people want to use it. That's not something that we are intending to do, neither prohibit nor support.
So then, as a follow-up to that, should an employee follow all of those guidelines outlined in the Jeffco employee handbook to the T, and they did disclose their status as a protected class, there would be no adverse outcome?
No, there's no, I mean, we have no reason to prevent people from freedom of speech, nor is that our responsibility as a school district.
Thank you. All right, I think we're probably going to need a minute. I know that we're going to have a 5-minute break coming up in a little bit, which we might take some time to chat then. But for right now, let's move on. Thank you very much for that language. We will consider it. And moving on to one of our main events tonight. So talking money. So I will turn that over to Brenna.
So again, this is Brenna Copeland. Brenna is our Chief Financial Officer. She has a strong grasp and knowledge of all things school district finance and all things state financial formulas. And so she is here to offer her brilliance, and certainly we can ask questions of her. She's going to do her best to talk to us as if we are not all also chief financial officers, because we are not. So here is Brenna with our information around district finances.
Let me make sure. Can you guys hear me? I always feel like I sit too close to the microphone and then I have this cramped neck thing going on. I'll just hug it. Okay. Our topics tonight are, I'm gonna share some slides, and a lot of these slides have been shared with the board, and so a lot of this content is available publicly. A couple of things have been updated since a January board meeting or a February board meeting, but this is the latest and greatest in terms of numbers, etc. So I'm going to talk a little bit about budgets to actuals, revenue projections, the budget process, and I'm going to end on a note on estimating cost of comp increases.
Brenna, would you be able to put a link in our agenda too, so that we can see it or follow along?
I'm working on it.
Into your
All right.
stuff.
Well, I can add you to the folder and I can take you away.
But Amanda does have a copy of this, and she's PDFing it and doing all kinds of things. Yeah, nothing here is brilliant. I want to be really clear. Okay. So how close should actuals be to budget? I did pull some resources on this. This was a question our board had. You guys might be interested. The Colorado Department of Ed says end of year budget to actual variance can look like somewhere between plus or minus 1% to 3% for revenue and plus or minus 3% to 5% for expense. I think our goal is to do a little bit better than that if we can, and end the year with no more than 2% plus or minus on revenue and up to 3% plus or minus on expense. One thing I would note on revenue, and I'll speak to this in a second, we really actually have no control over what tax is collected in any given year. And I'll be honest, like when you go look at the remittance sheets, sometimes we get taxes that we think are tied to a prior year, sometimes 2 years ago. Sometimes we get less than we think. We have no control, and we just sort of have to take it. And even though the state provides a portion of our funding, they do it based on a forecast. They don't do it based on actuals. So actual revenue variance based on people paying their taxes or not. I didn't know it was an option to not pay your tax, but now that I do, I'm going to take advantage of that. But, it has a direct impact on us, and we can't see it coming, and no one holds us harmless for that. Total variance, so you've got revenue, you've got expense. Total variance, if revenue goes, for example, ends 2% higher than budget and expenses end 3% lower, this is a combined variance of 5%. You guys can add the absolute value of two numbers. And so that's just an illustration. And then 1% of the general fund is around $9 million. Okay? Brad. So various things impact expense and create some unknowns, some unexpecteds, and some hard to forecasts. The first thing is, and you guys know this as well as I do, actual salaries for employees end up somewhere in the neighborhood of what we estimate on a year-over-year basis, given that 10 to 12% of employees are new to the district each year. And we sometimes refer to what we call turnover savings, et cetera, but just in the big scheme of things, not knowing what you're going to pay 10% of your workforce when your workforce is 90% almost of your total spend, does create variability, right? So on a year-over-year basis, it's really hard for us to just guess how much, the exact profile of the people we're going to hire and how much we're going to pay them and all the things. We try. Actual staffing levels in any given year can vary. This ends up somewhat predictable year over year. Obviously, we had some spikes in the pandemic, but we sometimes talk about vacancies and whether or not we can predict those, and we try to. But again, that's another variable. Non-personnel expense. So sometimes we end up having to contract for staff. I was looking at the student success budget the other day, wondering a little bit why we were having a contract for so many spots. And the reason is in part because we have approximately 490 more students who've been identified this year with IEPs than last year. And pretty much as soon as a student is identified with needs, we need to be able to support those needs. And that does sometimes create the need for additional staff mid-year that was hard to predict in the first place because we didn't know that many students were going to have IEPs, et cetera. So contracted services sometimes spike in response to our student needs or market dynamics around certain positions, which is something we see sometimes in some of our other funds, not the general fund. Utilities can be hard to predict. These weather things are not cheap. Oh my God. But nonetheless, actually this year, utilities has been a little bit more steady, which I'm pleased about. Last year, we had just wild swings in what we were having to pay for gas and electricity. 200 plus people own budgets of varying sizes in this district, and as much as I wish I could make them do exactly what I want them to do, I can't. And each of them spends money when they want to, and they order things when they want to, and sometimes they order things so that it hits the current year, and sometimes they order things so that it hits the next year. Sometimes they order too many things. It's all very exciting. So it is difficult to predict human behavior sometimes for the parts of the budget that are sort of discretionary or timing related. And lastly, schools may carry up to 4% of their underspend to the following year. This creates a little bit of, I guess I would call it a reward or whatnot to save money to the following year. Well, a school thinks of saving money. That means the district as a whole, because we're actually all one entity, underspends its budget. A couple notes on revenue. Student count continues to fluctuate even after January, which is when we usually revise our budget. We just got our sped count, I mentioned that. Final audited adjustments on prior years are trued up in the current year, so that's always exciting, and we sometimes get those in May and June. 54% of revenue comes from local taxes. That happens in March and May, so we have like no visibility into that for 3/4 of the year. And then we get these big collections from the tax collector office. And it is strange. It's hard to figure out sometimes why in one year, we'll have like 1% uncollectible, and the next year we'll have 0.75%. And that doesn't sound like a lot, but when it's, $400-ish million, that starts to add up a little bit. I mentioned that the state does not backfill uncollected taxes. And the state sometimes releases supplemental funding. This year, it doesn't look like they're going to, except potentially there's a bill around additional funds to support school districts who have welcomed some migrant students. But that's still a little bit TBD. I don't know when that would be settled, if that's going to be settled. So lots of variables. Okay, this is last year. How do we do last year in our budget to actual comparison? So the orange bar is the budget, the green bar is the actual, and the gray is a comparison to prior year actual. Last year, our actual revenue was within $5 million or 0.6% of the budget, and it did increase by about $33 million. So we got really, really close on the budget there. I was excited. Actual expense came in under by 2.8% or $25 million of the budgeted expense, and the year-over-year expense increase was $36 million. Again, that 2.8 is just under our target range, but still I would love to see that number come down a little bit and have things stabilize and become more predictable, which sounds really boring, but actually predictable is good. Total variance of 3.4% when you take the fact that there was a positive revenue variance and a negative expense variance. And the use of fund balance was $2 million. So we did spend more than we brought in. Oop. I'm not going to spend a ton of time on this slide. It's just sort of illustrating, given the size of our budget, what happens when these variances occur. The swings can start to add up. And I think you guys saw this slide before when Brian met with some of you, but I just wanted to revisit and again say that there are 3 years in the recent past, recent-ish, FY19, FY20, and FY21, where the district's overall fund balance grew. The reason for FY19 was largely because that was the first year we collected the 2018 MLO. And when you collect something in the middle of the year, well, actually it's more like March and May, and you weren't expecting it, you don't usually spend it in the first year that you collect it. Those next 2 years, there was quite a bit of supplemental pandemic funding that was applied to expenses in the district. I started as CFO in September of 21. So you see up here for the budget year 21-22, 22-23. Actually, the budget for 21-22 already existed when I started, but nonetheless, for both those years, we're basically flat. We basically spent what we brought in. So that's that. Okay, let's talk about money. Okay, so this is our convergence chart. That's what Brian and I call it. But it demonstrates how funded count, which is the dotted blue line, moves in relation to actual count. This is count of students that we're funded on, which is the green line. And the blue line is above the green line, meaning we are funded for more students than we serve. And the way that works is the funded count is a mix of current year plus up to 4 prior years. And so that makes it 5 total years worth of data of the actual count. And when you're consistently falling, it behooves us, it helps us that we use this 5-year average to establish our funded count. So for next year, which is the number you guys are probably most interested in, we expect the funded count to be 66,300 or thereabouts for just the district-run schools. And that amount of funded count subsidy is sort of what we refer to it as, will produce $30 million in revenue that, again, over time erodes as our funded count catches up to our actual count. So when I think about it from a planning perspective, it means that over time, and it's not happening tomorrow, but over time, that money is kind of going away, so to speak. But it's not overnight, so not a problem. So here's some assumptions. I'm about to show you a 2-year forecast, and so that you know what variables I'm using, and you can compare them to any other source of data you'd like. But we are generating our revenue forecast for next year using the data in the March economic forecast. And that includes CPI adjustments to PPR for next year at 5.2%. And the following year, the current estimate is that it might be 2.7%. We are maintaining an estimated FRL of around 32.6%. And of course, that impacts revenue. That's why I'm mentioning it here. We are assuming that the BS factor is fully bought down as of next year, which is consistent with the recent School Finance Act that was introduced and the governor's budget. In terms of the enrollment counts, I already showed you the slide that shows what we think is happening to funded count and actual count. We estimate the actual count will go down by about 950 students, and we are pretty certain our funded count will go down by 1,900 students, and we know that because we already have 4 out of the 5 data points that produce an average, which means we're 80% sure of what this number is going to land at, which is a funded count decline of 1,900. So this is small numbers on a faraway screen. I'll do my best. So in the top part, you see 3 lines: state share, total program, specific ownership tax. That stuff is about as interesting as my joke I told earlier. But it makes up the total program. And the total program is really the thing that's defined by the School Finance Act. And we are estimating that next year's total program will be $726 million. That's very consistent with what the state has estimated for us as well, which is an increase of 4%. So then we go through the rest of the lines, which is the rest of the parts of our revenue. Categoricals, we estimate will go up about 2.3%. Specific ownership tax local is just another portion of the SOT. We are seeing trends that suggest that will be higher next year, so we're forecasting it at $17 million instead of $16 million. Our mill levy overrides, which is a big chunk of what I call the rest of the revenue, largely stays flat because 75% of our overrides are just the same dollar amount as when they were passed. They never increase with inflation. So that impacts that number, but one of them, increases with inflation. So that's why the 137 becomes 139. And then interest, fees, and other, we're forecasting a slight decline in that. If you think about potentially the interest income you might be earning in your savings account at the moment compared to over the past 10 years, most folks are getting a little bit more earnings, as is the district. But the economic forecast looks like that should be leveling back off over time. We're not really predicting a large decrease, but we think the interest we'll earn on our bank deposits will be somewhere in the neighborhood of 4 to 4.75% next year. So, and then, the following year, I'm not going to spend as much time on that, but I do want to highlight that in the following year, given the fact that the state is saying inflation might reduce to 2.7, and we have that fund account decline, they almost exactly offset. So total program, we estimate, will grow by 0.3%, which is $3 million. And then the rest of the categories will produce some different types of outcomes depending on how we're trending. So we think our overall revenue increase for the following year will be $1 million or 0.1%. All right, I'm going to just keep going, and then I'll do questions at the end. You guys know all this. This is our budget hiring and budgeting and negotiating processes that all run at the same time. So that I get to get up every month and say, hey, what I told you last month is now no longer true. Here's the new thing. It's really never stressful. So negotiations happening. The schools are budgeting their budgets. We are hiring people. We're trying to compile everything, operationalize everything, confirm everything, and figure out how much we'll really have. So it does create excitement. So I'm not going to, you can't read any of that. I'm skipping that. This is my note on cost estimates for comp increases. So in the past, the district has quoted the cost of a comp increase package at the gross dollar amount, meaning steps, lanes, COLA at a total figure. Then we separately, elsewhere in the budget, had a big negative expense that we carried to reduce that figure by expected turnover savings. You guys have said to us you don't like it that way, so voila, we're going to do it different this year. We are going to quote the cost of your comp increase net of expected turnover savings. I will note it in no way impacts the bottom line because we had always netted out turnover savings. But nonetheless, we are estimating that steps and lanes cost approximately 50% of their kind of stated percentage. So if steps are 2.2% and lanes are 0.5% together, that's 2.7. Half of that is like 1.3, 1.35, right? So that's actually always been our methodology. That was always the assumptions we were carrying. We just netted it out in a different spot so that we didn't overstate overall expenses. But this way you get a figure that you can discuss that is net of turnover. Yeah, totally. I have memorized them. 2.2 is the step. And you might ask, why is it not 2.5? And I think we had this conversation last year. About 10 to 12% of the folks on the JCEA salary scale are in the maximum step of 22. And so when we award a step, they don't get a step. And so that means that the overall cost of a step is not 2.5, it's 2.2, even though the people who get the step get 2.5. And so again, because I'm taking the 2.2 and then I'm netting that further down by 50% to 1.1. 1.1 is more like the actual cost of step as far as we can tell. And we continue to analyze this data every year, by the way. In the past several years, we have not had as much, what I would call we haven't hired as many new people into the district. And that's been true for a couple of reasons. In the school consolidation process, we filled a lot of our openings with existing employees. So there wasn't actually turnover related to that. The other thing is the schools, who have been experiencing enrollment declines have been shrinking their budgets year over year. And so there's been a steady kind of reduction, and it's not just schools, departments. There's been sort of a steady reduction in total FTEs. So again, we haven't really been bringing in as many new people in the last few years as we would expect to over time. So that's just a heads up. And then, Rob, I think the second number I shared was approximately 0.5% for lanes. And again, netting that down to about 2.5. No, 0.25. Got it. So again, half. Does that make sense? And that's related to turnover savings. Yes. Question? No.
That was just what I was going to clarify. So the netting it down means you're taking into consideration the turnover.
Yes. Yes.
Cost. Okay.
And we, it makes no difference to me because we always have, but I think you guys will like it better. I hope so. Okay. That's it. That's all I got. And then I think Amanda has some stuff maybe at some point. Nope.
I think that, yes. So at this point, while Brenna is still here to answer questions, we will take questions. And Rob, you're up first.
Yeah, I had a couple questions. First off, I did want to thank you for acknowledging that there is turnover savings and things like that, because maybe previous people have been less apt to do that. So thank you.
Sure.
Second, I just was wondering, next year, what will be what's the anticipated Jcea workforce next year compared to this year? Like looking at this year's hiring, I guess. So
that's a great question. Is it okay if I come back to you with that? Because if I say off the top of my head, I'll just be wrong.
Okay. Yeah, I'd like to know, what is the expected teacher count this year, whatever, all the categories this year versus last year.
Absolutely. You mean in the budget, in the evolving budget? That
what's the anticipated level? I know,
budgeted level, right? Or you mean, sorry, are you trying to get at vacancy
employee
savings?
Numbers.
Or are you just trying to say, we will budget for how many positions?
I just want to know how many positions, I guess.
Okay.
So, how many FTEs? I know my school is losing a few FTEs.
Sure.
Because we've had some declining enrollment.
Sure. Yeah.
Which will then have, like you say, turnover and shrinking savings.
Well, it does have shrinking savings, although I don't usually call it that. And we are budgeting for that, right? So we can already see that. So in the school budgets, we know we distributed less money, so to speak, sort of. It's actually more money, but it's also less money. And we can then see how many FTEs. And I don't know the number off the top of my head. I will get it for you. It has been declining every year across all categories. So. Okay.
And the other one I think I know the answer to in terms of, you said there was a 4% carryover.
Up to
4%. If a school carries over 4% one year, are they essentially not able to carry over the next year, or can they carry an additional 4%? So can you build up a little pool of 4%?
No. The 4% limit is sort of like saying the maximum amount you can ever put in your savings account is 4% of your total budget.
Yeah.
So it's the max. That's the max no matter what. And again, what we're seeing is the total balance of carry forward across all schools has shrunk over the last 3 years.
So what is the maximum is 4%. What is it at this point?
Oh, it's a lot less than that. I think, math in my head. So bad. It's probably 1%.
Okay.
Maybe not even that at this point. So I think, and again, what's happening is a school may underspend, and then that becomes part of their piggy bank, and they go into next year and their enrollment count is down 5 kids, and they're like, I want to use my carry forward towards that October count. Well, what does that really mean? That just means we let them keep spending their whole budget. We don't actually take back any budget, right? And they just keep the people in the building for the year. But that's a spend down of carry forward, right? And so you have schools that spend down, and then you have schools that by the end of the year underspend. And so you're kind of starting here, it goes here, then it goes here. And then the question always is the net amount different on a year-over-year basis? And I can't ever predict that because it all happens like in May. Which is so frustrating. Okay. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, are there any more questions at this time for Brenna? Okay, well, yes, thank you very much for being here and going through that with us. As we have more questions, we may reach out, and we appreciate your time working on this for us. So at this moment, we're going to take a really quick 5-minute break, and then the district team will be presenting their comp proposal. So 5 minutes if you need to stand up and move around, and then we'll be back. everybody. We're back online live from Jeffco. So we are going to be listening to our district compensation proposal at this time. And then also we're going to get an alpha version of Article 17, which is compensation structures. And so we would ask all of our guests, thank you for being here. But if we could keep any private conversations outside so that we can all focus on the proposals being shared. And at this point, I'll be turning it over to Amanda.
Thank you, Michelle. I am just working to, put the slides into the slide. I have a slide this evening into the folder. And Steve, do you want me to move Article 17 over? All right. Yes, I'm happy to.
Put on my microphone. Sorry about that.
It's okay.
All right, so we're going to start with Article 17. If scrolling down, we don't have any recommended changes through 17.5. 17.6, recommending
Hang on 1 second, Steve. I'm sorry.
Oh, sorry. Yeah.
I'm just moving it
All right.
before I present it. Sorry, I have 1,000 windows open, I feel like. Okay.
No worries. I appreciate the help. All right. Thank you, Amanda. So, Article 17, compensation, District Alpha. This is not a draft. We could take that out of there, but that's all right. No changes through 17.5. 17.6, we're asking to strike this completely out and move that to Appendix A. That would then change 17.7 to 17.6. That's the only change there. 17.8, also recommending to move all of that over to Appendix A. And just to share both of those sections, why the recommendation is so that when employees are looking at the salary schedule itself, they also know how they can move through it. They don't need to go through the agreement to find that. So that's kind of our reasoning and why we wanted to move that. As I scroll through 17.8, we get down to 17.9, no changes there. Or, excuse me, 17.9, now 17.7, that's the only change there. 17.10 would be changed to 17.9. And then we also have in that language 17, I did not change all the subsections. My apologies for that. I will clean that up. But we do have a section in there, 17-9-1. Secondary educators who agree to teach a 6th academic class of standard length beyond the normal teaching load of 5 sections, and the 6th academic class is not deemed sporadic, as described in Article 17 well, that's going to be changing, of course, but 17-9-6. So let me change that right now. Will be paid additional salary equal to 1/6 of their per diem pay. Warren Tech, that the rest of the language does not change there. If you scroll down to 17-10, the former 17-10-4, which will become 17-9-4 when I clean that up. We're just crossing out and sunsetting the language from prior years. We're at 23-24, we were paying $28 per hour, and this current year we're paying and then next year it would be 24-25. We're crossing that out as well, just proposing that it become $30 per hour. When educators work outside of their regular contract position, will be paid at a rate of $30 per hour. This includes curriculum development and summer schools program pay. So outside of your normal work, your regular work that you do as an educator in your contract year. I did want to bring attention to 17-10-5, which will become 17-9-5, the athletic and activity stipends for the duration of this contract. There was a committee that involved some administrators, athletic directors, as well as JCEA members, and that proposal is being brought forward. It's still a work in progress. We have not gained approval on that yet, and so when we do gain approval, we would like to bring that forward as well. So that would be the rest, other than changing 17-11 to 17-10 for payday. If we could then move on to, I guess before we move on to that, any questions? My plan is, so you know, is to go into Appendix A next, and then which is on compensation, the salary schedule, and then Appendix C, which is benefits, and that will be a counter to your proposal, the Alpha proposal.
Okay, I just have a clarifying question about the 17-10-1, but now it's 9-1.
Yeah.
So essentially, what you're trying to clarify there is that if I agree at the start of the year I'm going to teach a 6th academic class, then I get paid a 1/6 of my salary, but that wouldn't be as deemed sporadic in that other article which mentions subbing. So if I choose to sub for a colleague here and there, then I wouldn't get 1/6 of my pay. That's just clarifying that?
Correct.
Is that why we put that in there?
Yep.
Okay.
And I think that, if I may, there was at least when I first arrived in the fall, there was some confusion of people that were doing this for days, like a length of time, but not for the full semester. And so is that sporadic or not?
Okay, so they weren't.
Yeah.
So if it was an ongoing period of time, were they also doing the sub-plans for that? Or were they doing the planning and the grading and all of that as well?
That was my understanding, yes.
Okay.
And so that, to me, was not sporadic. Because we knew that somebody was going to be out for
Can you give me a sense for how long that would have gone on for?
It was weeks. I want to say it was over a month that was going on.
And you're saying that they were being paid the extra 1/6 in that situation, or
No, it was questioned. They were being paid the 20% of the sub pay, and it was questionable of what they should be paid. And there was reference back to this section of believing that people should be paid 1/6 of their pay.
And so if this teacher had said, I'm not willing to do this over the course of weeks, then somebody else could have picked that up. They could have said no to that.
Correct. But I'm willing to do this, but it's not sporadic in their opinion, and so I'd like to agree to 1/6. Okay. Where the sporadic of filling in for a teacher a day here and there, we would be paying the sub pay, because there's really you're not planning anything, you're not doing the lesson plans, you're filling in for the day because the substitute couldn't make it.
Okay, and then so just to clarify, so if I said I'm not willing to do this over the course of weeks, then it would go into the sub pool and somebody else would have picked that up as a long-term sub position.
Or we'd be reaching out to other staff members. Yeah.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Yep. Brooke?
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify too, and I think you kind of did with Michelle. So if a teacher just suddenly leaves, and I have to pick up a class for the remainder of the semester, then I would receive the 1/6 pay?
That would be the intent, yes, because it's no longer sporadic.
Okay,
Yep.
but you said a semester. So if it's less than a semester, I could still get it.
If it's not, yeah.
Okay.
What I was saying, when I was clarifying with Michelle, what I was sharing was I would think that if I remember this instance was for a month, roughly.
Yeah.
And so that to me is not sporadic.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
So Steve, before you do Appendix A and C, I will go ahead and present the slides because your appendixes match my compensation proposal, right?
Yes.
Yeah, they do.
Yeah.
All right, so I'm going to, with my one single slide, I'm going to put it into the agenda.
Oh, were you going to? I thought you wanted me to present this, but.
Oh, the slide? Oh, you don't have to.
If you're going to, that's great.
I mean, you can.
That's all right. They do follow it, though.
All right. All right, you now have all the information. So you heard Brenna this evening in the information that she has and the current revenue projection that we are looking at. Given that general fund preliminary revenue projection increase is $32 million, again, which is subject to change based on different state revenues and projections. Our current and first offer to JCEA is steps, lanes, and a 3% COLA, which is equivalent to approximately $22.3 million. Additionally, benefits increase of $25 per month in employer contribution, which is approximately $2.1 million. Please note that although JCEA is the largest bargaining unit that takes advantage of benefits, of course, because they are also the largest bargaining unit in the district, so it would make sense that the highest percentage of benefits users do come from JCEA. This $2.1 million does include all benefits groups. I did request that it be broken down, but at this time I'm only able to give you the total. We can work to break those apart if requested. Additionally, as previously noted, we would like to agree to the 191-day contract for instructional coaches. And based on our current FTE of instructional coaches, that is approximately $349,038. Please note that that does take into account an assumption of a step for all of the FTE that are currently accounted for in the instructional coach role. It does not yet take into account additional COLA, which is included up above in the 3% total. Additionally, we would like to bring to you next Saturday a coaches and activities sponsor stipend, an updated one that more closely reflects the value that we put on those who are coaching and sponsoring activities in our district, and brings them up to a level that is more in alignment with the school districts that are comparable to Jeffco in our Front Range. I unfortunately do not have the total cost of that. However, I do know that it could be anywhere between $500,000 and $2 million. So in that really large range, that's where we're looking at. Certainly there are different variables that could come into play. Only factoring compensation for JCEA into that total cost, but again, benefits for all employees, so there is some variability in there. We are looking at, of the $32 million increase for JCEA, $24,749,038. Of course, these numbers are all approximate and are flexible. That is approximately 81% of the total projected increase that we're looking at. Of course, the largest bargaining unit is going to have the largest percentage of the entire pie. And the reason I say 81% is because I figured that at 26 million, just in my head, trying to think about what that coach and activity sponsor proposal might look like. So I took 26 divided by 32. If you're wondering, how'd she get 81%? That's how I got 81%. And then, of course, I wanted to once again note that Brenna did indicate that that these numbers, especially the 22.3 million, does account for expected turnover savings, again, at approximately 50% of step and lane and equivalent. Again, please note that although that the cost is 2.2%, all employees that receive a step still get 2.5%. I just want to make sure that's really clear to everyone. Because the cost is lower doesn't mean that the step is lower. It is the full step that people get. So that is it in a nutshell. Before we do questions, I just want to show you Appendix A and C in that order, or C and A? A and C, so that you can see this in
And so everybody knows, when we look at these small numbers that nobody can really read from here, unless you're looking at the sheet itself, I did not adjust every single cell. What I did was I made a note at the very bottom that the 3% COLA proposed would increase the base salary to $54,204, and every cell would be adjusted with that 3%. So just was not going to redline every cell and write a new salary amounts.
Don't worry, we have a formula that'll do it.
Yeah, exactly. And then if you look at the bottom, I just copy and pasted the 17-6 and 17-8 language to include here. We could certainly renumber that. But I also felt that if we're going to be, in case it gets redlined and you all want to bring it back into the Article 17, it would be easy to copy and paste type of thing.
And I apologize, I have not yet put the 2 appendices into our agenda, but I will in just one moment. And then here is Appendix C.
And so with Appendix C, what we've done is we've adjusted, redlined your proposal. We're going back to the 0.75 FTE as Amanda touched on, and that's in 1-1. We've adjusted the dollar amount from $569 to $594. Crossed out the year to be reflective of next year. A little later on in that paragraph, we again changed the amount per month from $569 to $594. We did cross out the proposed language. Healthcare benefits will begin on the first day of employment. That right now with our current system, as I understand it, that's just not even feasible to do and how it's set up. Delta Dental, or the dental plan, we've changed the years there. And as you scroll down, we've changed the amount in the health savings account. It is I don't know the number yet, but the difference would be whatever the lowest pay, the 4,000 HP plan costs, the difference would be paid to the employee in a HIS plan. Right now, we're just anticipating that to be $60 with a $25 increase. And then we do change the years here. We are crossing out what JCEA proposed for employees on split contracts to only be charged half that cost. In number 2, we are going back to the 0.75 FTE to be eligible. Long-term disability, we are going back to the 0.625 FTE to be eligible. Crossing out the medical that JCEA proposed, district will pay half of what is covered for full-time employees. And those were the changes.
All right, so once again, given that our superintendent and our Board of Education prioritizes and wants to prioritize employee compensation, I do want to acknowledge that many of the other asks that I reviewed in a previous session around the cost of some of the other things you've asked for example, a full-time digital teacher librarian in every building and a full-time instructional coach in every building, all of those previous asks, as you recall, added up to $19 million. And we can't fit both of those things into $32 million. And so we want to offer to you our priority of compensation for all employees across Jeffco. I think Brooke and then Rob is how it went up. Rob and then Brooke.
So I actually had a number of questions here. The first one I think is pretty straightforward, but the $20.3 million, that's purely JCA, is that correct? That does not include
the 22.3?
The 22.3, yes.
Yes, that is correct.
So that's money specifically designated for
yes,
JCA
solely
employees.
JCEA employees compensation, steps, lanes, 3%.
Okay, so let's say that we get a year from now, and it turns out that the actual increase in spending to JCA employees ended up being, it was projected at, some amount. Let's say it actually ends up being half that. Are you then going to backfill the other half and increase the COLA so that the dollar amount of whatever it was, $24,749,000, or going up to the $22.3 million, So I guess what I'm getting at is, will you backfill after a year when we find out the actual numbers to get to that $22.3 million?
So this reflects our current offer based on our current employees in the Jcea bargaining unit. It does not reflect any type of proposal that might use additional funding or unspent funding to increase the COLA mid-year for like a mid-year correction. That is not included in this proposal.
So what happens if you're saying the number is you're saying the number is 22.3 million and the actual number ends up being 9 million?
I mean,
or maybe more realistically, 20.
I would be concerned about.
Let's say it's actually 13 million.
I would be concerned about our CFO's calculation around, because this is current employees, right? And this is their steps, lanes, and a 3% COLA, plus any other FTE that have been budgeted for. There are some assumptions built in around where those new employees would come in at.
Okay, we'll come back to this in our financial presentation.
Sure.
Rob, may I address that a little bit, though?
Sure.
Because I think it's on actuals, right? And so the only reason why this would go down is if people didn't move across lanes as anticipated, as history would share with us, or if more people resign and we ended up having more turnover where people that resigned were at the higher end of the schedule and the people that hired are coming in at the lower end, right? And so that's where I would think that's where the savings would come from, to what your point is. And these are projections, and to my knowledge, we don't go back and look and say, well, that projection was wrong, so let's increase. Because what if the opposite were to happen? We're not going to then come back and say, you know what, the 3% we were off, it actually cost us $26 million, and so we really can only offer a 2.8 COLA. I mean, it's
okay. Point taken there.
Yeah.
But okay, so getting to the benefit side, we've talked in the past that the current system is really discouraging kids from being on the plans. And what you've done here is propagated that same scenario where people under family plans are going to get totally devastated by this proposal, because their amounts go hugely, hugely, hugely up. Whereas, the benefit for the entire family is going to be the same as for the individuals, which means the net cost that those family employees are paying for healthcare is going to go up pretty big. It's a 7% increase roughly. So it's going to be a huge increase for families, which will discourage people from putting kids on the plan. So I guess what's your strategy then to try to get kids enrolled on the plan?
Any thoughts from the benefit?
No, well, I mean, I know that's what was coming out of the benefits committee and what we discussed. And as Amanda shared earlier, the priority of the district really is trying to get compensation right now. And so that's where we're trying to spend the money there, not with benefits at this point in time.
And as I stated in the previous, when I shared out how much all of the requests or all of the proposals would cost, we are not against a percentage-based model. However, we do believe it's going to take time to further develop, especially since we are going to RFP for all healthcare next year. And since we are going to RFP for a new ERP system, again, ESS system that manages all of our benefits. And so we are not opposed to continuing to explore that option.
Okay, and that gets to my last question, I guess, was Steve, I think, said something about, well, the system isn't feasible. I believe a few weeks ago we were assured that, the things would be taken into account to be able to, that deadline, I forget the date, it was like March 14th. That deadline was not a firm deadline, and that, we would do what it takes to get things to happen. So I guess, is it still on the table that, if we counter with a lower cost percentage-based scenario, is that still on the table, or is the clock run out and all of a sudden that has to get pushed off a year?
In the interest of good faith bargaining, I would say that it is unlikely that we would be able to go to a percentage-based model as soon as the next school year. That doesn't mean that we might not be able to go to a percentage-based model for the 25-26 school year.
Or possibly with a new system. Yeah.
Okay. To me, that contradicts what was said in bargaining a few weeks ago, and I guess I'm a little upset about that, but I guess it is what it is.
Brooke?
So when I know our, I'm trying to find the words that I want to say in a professional way, but I know that our goal is compensation, and it's a priority, and I think we can all agree on that. But there's a cost shift that happens when we only put a flat rate out for benefits, and we keep offering percentages and COLAs, and we're not doing percentages for benefits. So the cost shift ends up to keep coming out of the employee pocket. So if I guess my question is if we're really focused on compensation and compensating our employees, it's not really like getting a 3% raise when our benefits go up 7%, 11%, 8%. We wanted to split that percentage, and that was the recommendation that the benefits committee came to.
And that was unanimously.
Mm-hmm. So I guess my question is, if we're really focused on compensation, why aren't we finding a way, to really take the recommendations from our benefits committee? I think we've all sat on committees where we've made recommendations and they haven't been heard. So my concern is it's not really like a 3% COLA when our benefits are going up. The other question I have is in our proposal for the 191-day contract year for instructional coaches, we also had within that proposal TOSAs. And so are they included, or did we forget that, or am I just going to see that in the next red line? So I wanted to know that too.
I'm sorry, I did not include TOSAs yet. We have not gotten to the point of being able to accept that in language that has been proposed. We're not opposed to considering it still.
Okay. So,
and I do acknowledge what you're saying around the benefits increases and the COLA increase that might not cover the majority of the benefits increases. I am looking forward to hearing a counter proposal and also to going back to RFP next year for all health benefits, because I do believe that we can potentially be more competitive in the market. I think it was Michelle and then Richard.
I have two. I think that one is a clarifying and the other one is just to kind of piggyback off what's already been said. But with this benefits structure, it does need to be considered in terms of compensation, because a lot of times that's what our members say to us is, yeah, you got us this COLA, but really it doesn't mean what it says it means. And so we do need to take that into consideration. But also what happens is there's a history of this year after year after year of, yeah, we want to do it. No, it's too late. Yeah, we're going to do it next year. Then it's too late. No, we're going to do it. Then it's too late. And I think that we feel like Charlie Brown having the football pulled away a lot. And so my question then is, would it be the kind of thing we can put in language? We will be moving to a percentage system in the future in this, 24-25 school year, perhaps, once we get the RFP and the system built.
That is language in a proposal that we could consider.
All right, thank you. And then secondly, and I think that I was just getting lost in some of the numbers, but you said something about the cost. The cost for some of our language was $19 million, and that went into the $32 million. Did I mishear you?
No, what I was saying was we can't do both $19 million and the $24 million, or again with coaches and activities, let's say $26 million. We can't do both. It's more than the projected revenue that we have. And these are ongoing costs that we're projecting right now, right? We're talking about, everything we're talking about today is an ongoing cost. It's not a one-time cost. So unfortunately, it's not something that we could put against our fund balance, as Brenna described this evening.
Okay, thank you.
I think Richard and then Dale.
Yeah, we keep saying that compensation for educators is important here in Jeffco, but then this proposal that we have right now puts us still in the metro area in lowest in pay. Puts us at starting pay maybe $1,000 more than Westminster, but Westminster has like a PhD level or Lane. But anyways, their max pay is still more than ours. My question is that in doing that, I feel like, what's the thinking behind that? Because this came in low, and that, yes, we still have to bargain. Yes, we still have to come back, but aren't we trying to be competitive in the metro area? Because with this proposal, this kind of lowers that to where I don't see us climbing much higher. And we know that there is a teacher shortage, and that we're really not even incentivizing our educators to come here, first year educators, when they can go get a higher salary next door from DPS, Mapleton, Westminster, or Adams 12 even. So what's the thinking behind this initial proposal?
So first of all, please know that we are open to additional proposals from JCEA. And also, I acknowledge that currently, due to finalization of last year's negotiations in other school districts, Jeffco, although was previously right in the middle, has now dropped again to one of the lower paid school districts. I do encourage people that when you look at those, to look at all 3 points: the starting point, the midpoint, and the high point, to be sure that we're comparing all 3 of those data points as compared to our other school districts. Of course, as you are aware from previous budget presentations to the Board of Education, some other school districts have maxed out their mill levy overrides. Jeffco has not. And so their ability to pay their employees at a higher rate is oftentimes the result of being able to max out their mill levy overrides and what they can ask of their taxpayers. Certainly, as you're aware, we have a finite amount of money, and our desire is to pass it through, to pass any new revenue through to primarily employees, and of course, you being the largest bargaining unit, primarily to JCEA. Certainly, we acknowledge that we could do better if we could get additional funding strands into our school district. It is certainly our desire to continue trying to do so. Dale?
So I have 2 things. One is on the salary schedule itself, and maybe I missed it. When we restructured the salary schedule a couple of years ago and truncated it, and then we added an extra lane, we also evened out the movement from lane to lane to lane, 4%, 4%, 4%, because before it was very unwieldy and it didn't make any sense. And we kind of cut a deal with the district when we did that in order to add lane 6 and for them to fund everything else, lane 6 would be a 2% move, with the understanding, with the promise from the district, that lane 6 would then become a 4% move as well as everything else. Is that included in this?
It is not currently figured into this. I do appreciate you bringing that back up. It's something that we can certainly take back to our Total Rewards executive director to have him take a look at that.
Okay.
May I ask a question on that, Dale? Was that last year negotiations?
2 years ago?
Years ago?
Yeah.
And I think that was as a result of mediation.
3 years ago, 3 years ago, 3 years ago.
And that was from David Bell. That was direct quote from David Bell. Was start with 2% and then maybe go to 3 and then 4, or maybe go right from 2 to 4.
Was there any time frame given on that? I'm just curious.
Next couple years, it was David Bell.
Yeah, all right.
He was not specific.
Yeah, let us look into that further. Thank you.
Okay. The second thing is on benefits. And we had proposed, in order to be eligible for some benefits, that employment would go back to 0.6. And you've redlined it and moved it back to 0.75. Just real quick history on that. I know Lisa brought this up before. That was a deal that we cut with the district again many years ago when Obamacare came in. And all of a sudden there was a lot of JESPA folks that were now eligible for health, that were legally mandated to be receiving health care from their employer. And Jeffco said, we don't have the money, so we made a deal. We'll move it to 0.75 for us so that those JESPA employees will now be able to receive health benefits. And there was an understanding that at some point it would be moved back to 0.6. Now that we're in this a teacher shortage, it's really hard to get teachers for full-time jobs, let alone part-time jobs. And one of the things that is attractive for teachers, one of the things that you look for when you're applying for a job, in addition to salary, is what the benefits look like. And if it's a half-time teacher job, but they're not going to get benefits, why would they apply? So I would like to know just kind of what the thinking was around that.
Yeah, sure. No, it's all good. The thinking was, I can go back and find out more about that history piece, Dale. Thank you for sharing that. I was not aware of that. And talk with Adam from Total Rewards, our executive director of Total Rewards. I can go back and talk to him about that. But the thinking was just to keep it current language. And what you're sharing, I understand. And we also discussed this when you all proposed it, right? So I can go back to him and talk about that piece of it and see what the cost is to move, because we're talking about 0.15 FTE, 0.6 to 0.75. How many employees are we talking about? And what would the cost of that be? And we can cost that out. So I have some numbers.
Sorry.
Yes. Just a couple things. One is just a technical, little velociraptor point, was that can we get access for the two
the
appendices?
Yes, I'm so sorry.
For whatever reason, we haven't been given access. And then I guess the other point was just in terms of, just maybe a point that to follow up with what Richard said, your compensation proposal is currently about 2% below what your stated inflation for this year was. So just to put it out there.
Just to remind everyone, can you remind us the CPI that you were referring to?
The one from your presentation that said it was 5 point something.
Yes. Brenna presented 5.2 as the CPI index. The increase of revenue for total program was 4%, but the overall revenue increase was 3.5%.
Okay.
And additionally, I do want to remind everyone that we are talking steps, lanes, and 3%. And although that is not, it doesn't, the steps specifically and lanes don't apply to everyone because not everyone gets a step and not everyone moves in lanes. Essentially, that's 3% COLA plus a 2.5% step, which is 5.5% approximately. Again,
true for individual.
Right. I acknowledge that it does not apply to all employees.
But if your whole escalator is only moving up at 3%, you're going to be losing ground, like Richard said, to the surrounding districts. I guess my main question, though, is relating to when you did your calculations, what was your, where is the School Finance Act coming in? At this point, where is that? What's the status of that? What is the money that's being allocated to schools? And is that, where are we at in the legislative process? And how does that relate to your
As far
numbers?
as like them determining their school finance act and where they are going to land this year, is that what you're?
Yeah, where are we going to land? How much of that will come to Jeffco, and how much did that play into the numbers that were presented?
So my understanding is that certainly I can get more details from Brenna, but my understanding is that is how she was to determine based on the current assumption of what the state is talking about. I don't believe they've adopted, and usually don't until the beginning of May, right? Their final. But the assumption that she has built in is based on the School Finance Act that they are currently working through of that additional $32 million in revenue.
Okay, thank you.
Brooke?
Yeah, can you remind me again how much our benefits are going up this year?
On average, please hold. I got to find it.
I thought it was 7%. Is that correct?
Each one is going up just slightly differently. I'm getting to my other from our previous conversation. Kaiser is 6.9, Aetna 7.9. So yes, it is approximately.
Thank
7.
you.
Mm-hmm.
Are there any other questions, concerns, comments? Okay. Yes, Christine Wiggins.
I've been gone, so I don't know if you guys have talked about this or not, but can you help us figure out how many employees would be in the 0.6 to 0.75 FTE range that we're talking about? Did you already talk about this?
No, we did not talk about it.
I was sharing, when Dale asked that, I was sharing, we'll go gather that data.
Okay.
It's a good question. I was actually sitting here wondering the same thing, like how many people does this apply to?
Cost it? Well, okay.
All right. With that, I think we will close out the financial compensation presentation for this evening. So thanks for that information. We will take that back for consideration. Our plan is to return from the JCA side our compensation proposal on April 18th, 2 Thursdays from now. So if you're interested in seeing that return on compensation, tune in. And at this point, this seems like a good natural breaking spot for dinner. And then when we come back, I'm thinking 17. So 6:50, I would say 6:50. So we'll come back at 6:50 and we'll be beginning with Article 26 SPED language. So tune in then. Thank you. Everybody, welcome back to our bargaining session today, April 4th. And we are moving along with Article 26, which is sped language. And at this point, I will be turning over the presentation of this alpha version of the language to Christine Wiggins and I think Anthea and Steph. Are you guys both? Yep. And then I think we have some guests, which I will let you guys introduce.
All right, so before we get started, we're going to welcome a couple people to the table. Could we please have Kate and Jennifer, will you please step up? Thank you. Thank you, ladies. And so as always, we are going to ground ourselves with some stories. Again, we covered a lot of kind of the lens of learning specialists when we talked about Article 5 and 8, and so we kind of combined those. And today we're really going to focus on the center-based lens and go from there. All right. So without further ado, and co-teaching as well. Thank you. So first off, ladies, would you like to introduce yourselves? And wait about 10.
Really too. I'm Jennifer Anglis. I'm a learning specialist at Ralston Valley High School.
I am Kate Noyes. I'm an affective needs teacher at Hutchinson Elementary.
Perfect. And without further ado, we will start our stories. Steph, you're up first.
Too many tabs. So we just have a few things, but we wanted to uplift a story that really talks about elementary. And they talk about the SSN Center program teacher and that they definitely don't get their uninterrupted plan time, especially when compared to middle and high school when they get 2 periods a day. And elementary, if you are in a center-based program, you get 0. And we just wanted to show a slide presentation that went to the board last year. But we got to get the meeting back going so we can share it with you guys. Hold, please. Oh, okay. I was like, I don't know what I'm doing. I don't have a good dad joke, or I'd share that while we're waiting. There we go. All right. So this is just part of the presentation that we really wanted to uplift, that these are things that just a special educator has to complete in their 45 minutes of plan. And on top of planning for all their groups that we talked about in the previous slide. So in a day, they will cover, 3 to 4 different grade levels, and then have groups for reading, writing, and math. So on top of having to prep and for all the different levels, because it's an individualized education plan. So they have to prep for all of that. They also have to respond to family communication and phone calls, which we know a lot of educators also have to do. They've got to progress monitor students. They've got to meet with other educators to ensure that the curriculum is being adjusted and the accommodations are being in place, the legally mandated accommodations. So we got to ensure that that is all happening. And then they talk about, prepping for any meetings that are coming up, which usually is 1 to 2 a week, probably, if not more, of making sure the IEP reports are done. So all the case management of making sure all the legally mandated parts of an IEP are completed. and ready to go for the meeting. They've got to test the students so that they're prepared for the meetings and write reports and write progress reports that align with the report cards. Hit the next one, and continue. So they also have to respond to students that are in crisis that receive IEP supports. They've got to complete Medicaid billing, contact outside agencies to contact them and make sure that programming is happening, along with trying to meet with each other to make sure that students' IEPs are being implemented with fidelity, as well as meet with school administration and SPED, design work schedules and work for the paraprofessionals that are supporting students, and gathering information and reports and meeting with families for the IEP. And the next piece is just all the work that goes into the time requirements for the meeting. So I'll just give you a minute to look over all that. And none of this can really happen because throughout the day, they're meeting with students to meet their required legal minutes. So they have to do all these things except for testing a student outside the contract day. And one of the more important meetings we also forgot to mention that often happens is a manifestation hearing and all the work that goes into that as well. So these happen for, all kinds of different students. Not every student gets an IEP meeting, an initial meeting, a transition meeting, a reeval. So, but that is all the testing that has to go on at some point during their time. So we just really wanted to uplift all the mandates that are legally required. And that's in a 45-minute time frame that they often don't get because they are continuing to work with students, especially if they are in a center program. And I think that's where I will turn it over to our awesome speakers.
And just on that note, because I know even though middle school does get 2 plan periods a day, it is not enough for them as well. So do hear that when we are addressing the co-teaching aspect of things, that they're not getting that opportunity to do so, even with those 2 plan periods. And again, it's never enough. So without further ado, Kate, we're going to start with your story.
Hello all, I'm a professional educator going on 24 years. Right now, I have the privilege of working, am I not on? Okay. I have the privilege of working at Hutchinson Elementary at the Affective Needs Center. I work with the most amazing team in the district. The entire school and PTO work hard for my students each and every day. Everyone in my building helps out when a student needs support and takes time to get to know my students. That being said, my job is not sustainable. My first year in AN, I had a second grader punch my knee and it tore my meniscus. That summer, thank goodness we had COVID, I was able to get my knee repaired. The next couple of years, I was attacked and or had my life threatened every day, and some days multiple times a day. Although my students are younger, their threats are often filled with graphic detail. They told me exactly what type of gun, bomb, and weapon they would use to kill me. I only wish they would include that much detail in their written work. One of them brought a paintball gun to school that looked like a handgun. That week was very hard to walk into the building. I was scared for my life. Those outside of AN often don't understand the level of emotional fortitude this work takes. If I was in a relationship where these behaviors happen daily, everyone would tell me to leave. However, because these are students from the ages of 6 to 12, I am told by the system to push through and accept the trauma. Then return afresh each day. And I do. I return each hour and each day ready to help my students in my program. My job is not just to be the brunt of the big emotions from my students, but it's also to teach 3 different grade levels. and accommodate academic needs. I also must use the district-mandated curriculum and plan for 3 different grade levels. Jeffco is missing training which is geared towards delivering content to multiple grade levels simultaneously and learning how to manage all its pieces. I not only coordinate my students' learning and emotional pathways, but I also coordinate the many plans that these students are on. These include READ, ALPs, IEPs, BIPs, safety plans. One student could have up to 4 plans. Then I have the job of training and planning for my wonderful para-educators. This year I'm very lucky to be fully staffed with amazing people. They deserve to have a thought-out plan for what they are expected to do as students. They are amazing people because they come every day for not enough pay. I am also responsible for communicating with teachers, parents, and administrators. My role also requires that I am on duty all day long. It is important that you know I have students 30 minutes before the bell every day. Some days I have students for an hour or more after school because they are not safe to ride the bus, and I have to wait for their parents to pick them up. My students need to have eyes on them at all times, so I am responsible for them once they come to school until they leave the school. I also serve students across 3 grade levels, which means I have students in my room all day long. I don't have time to plan. Most days I struggle to be able to go to the bathroom. The district says I need to figure out how to have a lunch or a plan time. If I pull my para-educators to cover my room, it means that the inclusion of my students will suffer because the students will not have the support they need in the general education classroom. If I ask another teacher to cover on a regular basis, I am pulling them away from their caseload, their planning, or lunchtime. In addition, I would also need to plan for what they would do with my students while they cover. This doesn't mean that my building isn't supportive of my program. My admin, coach, and secretaries at my school always jump in to help and are covering classes, recesses, and lunch when someone is out. However, they also have their jobs, and this emergency and ad hoc coverage isn't suitable for any of us. My wonderful team is charged with the job of motivating and encouraging these students into learning. As a part of their disability, many of my students will fight, physically and emotionally, every step of the way. In order to continue to stand with our students and help them work through all of this, we need someone to stand with us and to help us clear whatever obstacles are in our way to do this difficult job. We are not getting that from the district right now, and we deserve more.
Before I read the next story, I do want to first apologize. So I want to also clarify, not every middle school does get 2 plan times. So I think there are some inequities we need to address as well, because again, we're doing more with less. So just a correction. And again, I apologize to anyone watching. I misspoke. I'm elementary 100% of the way, and so I forget the middle school end. So thank you for those of you that corrected me. All right, and so now I'm going to read a story from an ASD elementary center teacher. Hi, I currently have 10 students. My students range in grade level from kindergarten to 2nd grade. This is not my first year of teaching in a center-based program. I have been teaching in center-based programming for 4 years now. Previously, I was a para-educator in an autism center-based program. The story I want you to hear tonight is that center-based teachers are not the same as every other teacher in a school building. Yes, we are special education teachers first and foremost. However, we center-based teachers are all so much more than that. What is placed on us every day goes way beyond lessons planning, teaching, and doing paperwork, all of which, might I add, take up an immense amount of time, and usually this time is done outside of contract hours. There frankly are just not enough hours in the day to do it all, and be it all for my students. I often compare being a center-based teacher to being on an island. Oftentimes we are forgotten about or overlooked. Granted, I do not think that these things happen intentionally. I think it is just the nature of the beast.
In my 4 years of teaching, this is the first school year that I have a designated planning time. With that said, I do not get everything done that needs to be completed within my workday or work week. You will often find me at home parked on the couch with a pile of paperwork or lesson plans or writing social stories, and that list goes on and on. Please do not get me wrong. I absolutely love and adore what I do and the relationships and growth that I get to see in my students. However, this district is not doing what is within its power to support these students. I know tonight is about negotiations for teachers, but I want you all to hear that these decisions are much, much bigger than just the teacher. All of this has a direct impact on our students. The things that we are asking for all directly correlate to the benefits and the needs of our students. When you ask and expect center-based teachers to do it all and somehow cover it all for their students, you are directly impacting teachers and their emotional well-being. We are overwhelmed and so swamped with the day-to-day logistics of the job that there is often nothing left in our tanks for us to sufficiently support our students. Daily, I am faced with the choice of who is going to get the best of me and who is going to get the rest of me, so to speak. I can throw the best of me at all of the paperwork, administrative tasks, and absolutely necessary sides of the job, such as data collection, documentation, working with paraeducators, and collaborating with other service providers, parents, and our general education teachers. Additionally, there is the requirement of planning, prepping, and then teaching lessons to 10 very different students. Every single one of my students has a wide range of needs, abilities, and supports that they need to access any sort of academics. This also doesn't mention the other areas of need and support that my students require in order to just maintain their basic needs, such as safety and communication. Every day I am faced with the choice of which side is going to get the, quote, best of me and the best of my energy, and which side is not. I will tell you daily that my students need to get the best of me. However, due to the lack of appropriate support, such as not having enough time or resources, or more importantly, paraeducators, even such simple things as a regular, consistent lunchtime result in me having nothing left at the end of the day to complete all of the other requirements of my job. When I do not meet those requirements within my contracted day, all of my time and effort outside of my job gets devoted to the paperwork and the planning and the prep. So what is left of me, you might wonder? Just enough energy to crawl into bed and do it all over again tomorrow or next week. Again, you might be wondering, why do I do it? Well, there are 1 million different reasons that I do this work. However, if you really want to know why, I would highly encourage any of you to come and see and get to know my students and know how absolutely and incredibly amazing every single one of them are. I want to say that the challenges faced by the education system right now are incredibly complex, but the thing that I feel has been forgotten is teachers themselves, especially center-based teachers. I can't imagine the challenge that you all face, and I do want to say that I am absolutely, completely appalled and frankly heartbroken by some of the choices that have been made, such as cutting allocations for our mental health. You are essentially cutting from the system that is already stretched to its absolute max and somehow expecting us to do more with less. I have one other question for all of you this evening. When was the last time you spent any amount of time within a center-based classroom in one of our Jeffco schools? And I mean not just going to look at a teacher or for some other reason. When was the last time you came in to just watch our kids? The things that we as center-based teachers are asking for this evening are not unreasonable. In fact, some of them are just basic necessities. As a center-based teacher, I should not have to choose daily which aspect of my job is going to get the best of me and what aspect is going to get the rest of me. Now, I have not even mentioned how all of this affects my personal life. There's no such thing as a work-life balance, especially as a center-based teacher. I love what I do. I've wanted to be an autism center teacher for as long as I can remember. However, if things do not change, I am not sure that I see this as a long-term, sustainable career choice for myself or my family. I also want it to be known and recognized just how many open center-based teaching positions that there are in the district. I don't know the exact number off the top of my head, but it's a lot when you look at the overall percentage of total positions. 15%, by the way. After all, how many people want to take a job where they get hit, kicked, bit, spit on, had chairs thrown at them, and expected to teach and expected to lesson plan, do paperwork, and all the other things that go into being a center-based teacher? That list is not long. My fear is that there is going to come a day very, very soon when there are next to none of us left. Teachers are already seen throughout our contracts, so I beg and plead with you
to please consider and adopt what we are asking for tonight for our center-based teachers, so that ultimately our students in center programs don't suffer the consequences. And for our last story, Jennifer.
Switching gears here a bit. My name is Jennifer Inglis. I'm a learning specialist at Ralston Valley High School. I'm highly qualified in both special education and science. At Ralston Valley, I have worn a multitude of co-teaching hats. Some of them have fit very well, others have not. This is my 9th year at RV. Over the course of those 9 years, I have co-taught Algebra 1, Geometry, Intermediate Algebra, Algebra 2, Earth Science, Biology, Conceptual Chemistry, English 9, English 10, and U.S. Government. 10 different subjects in 4 different departments, and with a total of 22 different co-teachers. Some of them have been experienced co-teachers who understand what co-teaching entails and signed up enthusiastically. Some of them have been taken aback when I introduced myself as their co-teacher because they had no idea what co-teaching even was until it was thrust upon them. This latter group enters the partnership with little to no training before we actually come face to face with our students. That's not what's best for kids. No matter how our relationship begins, it is always improved when we have time dedicated to common planning. Why is this? Out of the 4 co-teaching models described in 26-13-3, only one of them is possible without intentionally setting aside time for both teachers to plan together. And while supportive co-teaching has its place, it isn't always the best way to meet students' needs or provide services. Students need their teachers to have access to the full range of co-teaching models. My co-teacher and I need to be able to select which model is most appropriate for a given lesson and student group, rather than being forced into the model that is what we can cobble together on the fly during a passing period. It's understood that teachers need time to plan for instruction, so why am I not provided with the ability to do so with the people I teach with? How does the district propose that I teach lessons, provide accommodations, deliver services, monitor goal progress, and perform other legally mandated tasks without the time to plan with my teaching partner?
And then before we share our interests, we just want to re-ground ourselves, although there are some similar messages of what we shared with our stories from Article 5 and 8, so that we can connect the dots for you as we present our language late in a few minutes here tonight. So having to get subs to be able to complete legally mandated tasks and having to plan for those subs as well. Covering positions due to vacancies and high caseloads. Having to choose to work with students, consult with teachers to determine implementation, plan quality individualized instruction, test students, or complete legally mandated IEP reports, preparing students for transitions, not having enough time during student contact hours to complete IDA tasks, teachers completing work outside the 40-hour work week due to meetings, paperwork, and planning needs. Middle and high school models that ask for co-teaching but provide no time to plan for it, increasing student needs and number of students with IEPs, which we heard tonight. We had a large number of students who are now on IEPs with not enough service providers. Again, vacancies within the district to cover those services. Overall caseloads and workloads that are just too high and not sustainable. And so, Steph, will you start us off with our first interest?
Yep. We have an interest in special educators having enough time to do their jobs within the 40-hour work week.
We have an interest in SPED educators having time to do their IDEA work when students are present.
We have an interest in retaining and attracting highly effective special education providers.
We have an interest in our center-based programs having enough support to get a lunch and a plan time.
We have an interest in our center-based programs having sufficient coverage when someone is out.
We have an interest in our center-based programs also having some support to make sure that they can plan for instruction. I went a little off the cuff there, so.
Okay, I was like, wait a minute.
I was like, I forgot that one.
We have an interest in compensating for hard to fill positions, so we no longer have open positions within the district.
And then we have an interest in differentiated professional learning that supports educators on how to use curriculum and doing that for multiple grades and for what we do every day. Okay. And with that, take it away, Christine.
Oh man, I'm going to have to remember how to do all this. Okay, no changes in the beginning. First change is at 26-3-1. We want to make sure that there's a SPED district collaborative committee. We want to make sure that at least annually the district special education department will survey the special education providers to solicit members for the central collaborative committee. The committee we had on here will create equitable staffing ratios and allocations. Obviously, we have proposed workload model that would create, caseloads based upon what students need, their services, in Article 8. So we are saying that committee doesn't need to do that anymore because obviously it was so amazing. You're going to say yes to that proposal. And, but we are going to add in here to address workload concerns because those will probably always exist. Okay, evaluation. If special education staff are split between two schools, the primary building administrator will gather input from the secondary building to be included in the evaluation process. Obviously, we have providers, mental health, SLPs, our OT, PT, they're all split. So we just want to make sure that there's another way that they can have like a evaluation process that's more encompassing of their entire duties, not just one building. At least annually, evaluators must attend training on job duties, responsibilities, and the specific evaluation rubrics for all special education providers they are responsible for evaluating. Scheduling. Okay, this original language said that SPED staff may request up to 3 additional working days per year before the contract year. So we're still working on our counter for 5, but we're going to say that they will work an additional XX contract days because as we showed in our presentation, there's a lot of extra work that happens outside of the contract year. So rather than making it a request system, we're just going to pay SPED people for all the additional work that they're doing anyway. Here, we just expanded the different reasons people might use those days. So meeting with staff in other buildings to prepare for transitioning students to different levels. So elementary to middle, middle to high. And then down here in 26-6-4, we wanted to specifically call out that, planning time isn't just a plan for your classes. It's in order to ensure that SPED providers have appropriate time to plan for instruction and complete the legally binding IDEA mandates and obligations. This will be scheduled using the collaborative structures per Article 10. There's a typo. This language was moved, so all that's in black isn't new. It was 26-9-1. That is like case management, so I don't think that fits there. So this just says everyone will have a space. They'll work with the administrators to make sure they have a private space. And we want to make sure that quiet and private space must be available when special education providers need to test or hold confidential meetings. I have one school. They are doing all their testing in a 3-walled room, which is not confidential. Allocations. We want to try to see if we can firm up a deadline here. So that way we can get allocations done by the 1st of February. Staffing allocations will be put into after the initial allocations are determined each spring and after their review in July of each year, so cleaning that up. Allocations will be made to ensure special education staff and caseloads do not exceed what is put forth in Article 8 and Appendix F, again, what I talked about earlier. This is the stuff that I moved because it's under case management. And then in accordance with Articles 5, 3, 9, and 10, special education providers will not be assigned before and after school supervision duties due to meetings, plannings, and student support.
There'll be a central evaluation team to assess students in all areas for initial IEPs. This is practice for some areas, but not all. The SPED Collaborative Committee in 22-23. That's old, so we got rid of that language. Training will be offered to general and special education staff who are assigned to co-teach together. This speaks to what Jennifer was talking about. And teams who co-teach are encouraged to attend. If professional learning is offered outside of the 40-hour work week, educators will be compensated for 17-10-2. Learning specialists who co-teach must be provided with a calming planning time with the educators they co-teach with. Secondary learning specialists will not teach and prepare for more than 3 subject areas. Many of them are doing much more than 3. Staffing shortages. So every year we've had special education staffing shortages, and every year we go, how much are we going to pay the people who are here taking on the extra work? So we need to put it in the contract so that way we don't make it up every year. So in all cases of staffing shortages or a workload that exceeds the guide in Article 8, Appendix F, SPED educators and SSPs who are taking on additional work will be compensated as follows. All educators who are teaching extra classes will be compensated in accordance with 17-10-1. Educators who are taking on writing additional IEPs or reports after the workday will be paid in accordance to 17-10-4. If an educator needs to miss their planning period in order to meet with students and provide service minutes daily for the entirety of their planning period, they'll be paid in accordance with 17-10-1. Continued coverage for an unfilled para position will be paid at an hourly rate of 17-10-6. And those are the current numbers for easy reference, and I'm sure we'll renumber all of that when we do 17. And then center programs. This article has a lot of specific language for our different, our co-teaching models. So we think our center programs deserve their own section as well. So to make the best article even longer, the district offers ASD, SSN, and AN elementary center programs to students to effectively support their needs and serve them in the most appropriate, least restrictive environment. Center programs will be combined into no more than 2 grade levels. Relevant training will be offered to center program teachers who teach multiple grade levels. The topic of the training will be developed in collaboration with the center program teachers in order to best meet the needs of educators and students they work with. If the professional learning is offered outside of the 40-hour work week, they'll be compensated per 17-10-2. All center programs will maintain a 2-to-1 student-to-staff ratio, including the teacher. Staff will be provided to ensure who attend center programs are safely dropped off before school and picked up after school. Students can't be unattended as they transition to and from school transportation. If educators must provide this coverage and do not receive planning time, they'll be compensated per 17-10-6. Students who need special education services rely on special education staff and paraeducators. Special education staff must be with their students in order to provide services to students and therefore cannot be pulled to serve in other areas of the school, especially during times when they need to legally work with students who need special education services. So we don't want paras pulled to go do office coverage. The school must ensure that there is proper coverage for center-based teachers to have a 30-minute duty-free lunch and planning time. Center program teachers will not be expected to write lesson plans for student instruction in order for center program teachers to receive planning time and lunch. At the beginning of each school year, center programs will create a plan for coverage when there is a teacher or paraeducator who is out. The plan will be created collaboratively with admin and will include any educators who do not have homeroom classrooms. Learning specialists and other service providers will be the last resort. In cases where there is a long-term gap in coverage or when coverage cannot be provided due to scheduling conflicts, district special education administration will provide coverage or support the team with finding coverage until the person returns or the vacant position is filled. And last but not least, school-based meetings and professional learning may not be relevant to the needs of center program educators. If a center program educator feels like school-based professional learning is not applicable to their position, they will have a collaborative conversation with their school administrator to reach a decision together regarding the learning. Center-based educators may also attend district professional learning in lieu of school-based if it is more applicable for their position. And the intent is like, they're not just going to go home, like they still probably have other work to do. That's it.
Questions? I know that's a lot.
Thank you so much for putting that together. And Anthea and Kate and Jennifer, I just wanted to shout out, and the mystery autism teacher. I don't know who that was, but it was a lovely thing that they wrote. I just want to say thank you for everything that you do. I was an SSN teacher previously in my career, so I feel this deeply, and I really appreciate the thought and intention that went into this language. So thank you.
Just a quick question for Jennifer. I noticed that in the co-teaching section, there was a indication that no co-teacher would be, special education teacher would be expected to co-teach more than 3 classes. Right now, could you just give us a general overview of what is a secondary, high school specifically is what I'm thinking, special education teacher's schedule look like in general?
Okay, I'm actually going to give you 2 because up until we lost one of our learning specialists due to a long distance move, last month I had 2 junior level math classes, the intermediate algebra that I was co-teaching, an English 9 class, a geometry class, and then I also taught a study skills class to mostly 9th graders. I am now also covering an Algebra 2 class concurrently with one of my intermediate algebra classes, and I am covering an English 10 class concurrently with with my other intermediate algebra class.
And when you say concurrently, you mean during the same class period?
I do.
Okay, thank you. So essentially, you have a minimum of 4 preps before adding the 2 additional classes.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
And I need a time turner.
Great.
I have a question if they're about central evaluation teams. Have there been any discussions around what that would look like for learning specialists? We're just adding that, as you guys know, for mental health team, and we've had it for speech and language. And I'm just curious if you guys have had conversations at all about what that would look like for learning specialists. Feedback I've had is complicated because the students are in your programs and we're talking about extensive academic evaluation. I'm curious your thoughts.
Well, I think that's why we said initial, right? Like the kids aren't already in, like a learning specialist might be providing an intervention, but probably hasn't like seen the student. It's the same, like many of our teams want to reevaluate because at that point they already know the kid. So at this point, this is just to have initials taken off of people's plates. And I think that would help with the workload a lot in elementary school specifically.
The other thing that might do is make it more subjective, where objective, thank you, objective, it's been a long day. So it would make it so somebody coming in wouldn't be biased and they would be able to truly evaluate where that student is my thought.
Hi. I had a question about the co-teaching and common planning time. How consistently is that happening and how challenging is that to make that happen?
Over my 9 years, I think I've had maybe 2 or 3 of them where I had a common plan with 1 or 2 of my co-teachers. Out of my 22, yeah.
Way back in the day, no one cares about me anymore because I'm old and don't teach special ed anymore. But I co-taught 4 different subject areas, and I think I might have had a common plan with 1 of those people. And for perspective, in Arizona, I co-taught with 2 different people. That's it, my whole day, 2 people. And I had a common plan time with the person that I spent the majority of my day with, which was great.
No, you're fine. You're fine. And in addition to that, I think, we need to uplift the fact that that learning specialists are teachers, right? We are licensed teachers. We are not just a warm body in the classroom. And so to truly co-teach and have a model that is representative of what a co-teaching truly is, you need that time. And so we're really putting our learning specialists and at a deficit because they're, kind of flying off, kind of like, oh, off the cuff, like, here, I got to do that. And I mean, thank goodness we have a lot of tools in our toolbox, but honestly, it would make it so much easier and provide better, that exceptional student experience if they had that opportunity to do that, because then there's opportunities to make sure your accommodations match what the lesson is that day, to make sure that if there's language that's above our students' needs, that language can be brought down at a level they can access. It would also allow us to be able to make sure that assessments and quizzes are aligned and scaffolded in a way that meet that student at the levels that they're at. And so truly, it is not, we're not using co-teaching in the way that it's intended. And right now, I think learning specialists are just feeling like they're like a warm body in the classroom, like they're just treated like a para. And I'm not saying that happens everywhere. I have heard that there are schools that do this really effectively. However, I just think this needs to, again, be addressed, because when we talk about inequities and we talk about providing our students with truly what they need, we're not doing that by not allowing that planning to be had by those 2 teachers and those people that are actually providing instruction concurrently. So that's another piece of this as well.
Maria?
Anthea, maybe you could speak a little bit to if and when co-teaching occurs at the elementary level, and what does that look like?
So I am not speaking about co-teaching at the elementary level. We do co-teach, but it looks very different. I'm speaking from the middle and high schools, because truly they are expected. That is an expectation of their job. Whereas with us, we are helping facilitate learning, maybe pulling small groups concurrently while teachers, when we push in, it looks very different in elementary. So when I'm talking about co-teaching, I'm truly talking about middle and high school. Not that it doesn't happen in elementary, but again, we need that planning time. We need that planning time. And I think elementary has the benefit of kind of finding some time to plan, like before or after school, just to make sure they're meeting the needs of students. But I would love an extra planning to make sure I'm aligning my instruction with what teachers are doing in the classroom. So we're really trying to address what's happening at middle and high, because it is an expectation.
Rob?
Yeah, I'd just like to back up what Anthea said there. This week, we have pretty regular substitute where there aren't enough sub-teachers. So we're told, in this case, it was about 20 minutes before, hey, you're covering this class. And I went into a team-taught algebra class, and the general ed teacher was not there, and the special ed teacher was, and I was just amazed by what he did and, how he interacted with the kids. And then at some point he stopped everything, did an instruction of the content. So he had to, know the lesson, know how to do everything, how to teach it to the kids. And he just gave this amazing lesson in terms of all the content that was there. So they really need that time to, talk to the teachers so that they can come in and be prepared. And I was just blown away by his expertise and his ability to reach the kids.
All right. Are there any other questions, comments, clarifications for this language? Nope. Okay. Wait, yes, Rob? Oh, okay. Oh, Rob, would you like to say something?
Yeah, I want to go a little off protocol here. Where we hadn't had access to the appendixes in the financial presentation, and when I happened to look on them, there'd been a statement that a huge part, kind of the most important stuff in Article 17, had been moved to Appendix A. Appendix A is currently just the salary schedule. Was that an oversight?
No, maybe we copied the wrong one.
Because right now there's just the salary.
Maybe we copied the wrong one, but there should be.
Unless I
keep scrolling down, it hopefully is there. But if not, we'll make sure.
And maybe I just.
Yeah, I see it all in the link.
Is it? Maybe I'm inept then.
There are two schedules. There's the general schedule, and then there's the CTE schedule. They mirror each other, but it's separate. And then below that is where you'll see the language.
I do see it.
You do?
Yeah.
Okay, maybe.
It's here.
I might have been in the other one then.
Yeah, and it takes a minute for it to pull up. So.
Okay. Okay, thank you. I must have been in something weird. So I just wanted to make sure.
Cool. Okay, at this time, thank you to our guests for being here tonight, Kate and Jennifer, for sharing your stories, and also for sharing the stories from your other colleague that wasn't here. It was really powerful. So thank you so much for your time. And yeah. And at this point, I think we can do some back and forth exchange with some red lines. And I know that we have 20, 23, and 11 at least that are ready to go. So we can just go in that order if that's okay. All right. So that means this is us. This is our show. So I believe that Article 20, Christine, if you're going to, I think, run us through, Christine Wiggins will run us through the language and also post the language to the agenda. Is it golf? We're on golf with this one. Is it? I thought it. Well, maybe I put the wrong one in. It's hotel. Sorry, my bad. And this is professional behavior and educator discipline article. All right, it looks like it has been linked to the agenda, and I will turn it over to you, Christine, to walk us through the changes.
Okay, so if I'm correct, the only thing that we are going back and forth on is just cause. So I have not highlighted because I like it contingent upon if you liking what we're adding. So we put substantial evidence, right? Like making sure that like one person's statement does not constitute substantial. Put in these little thingies for our list. And then I added takes into account mitigating, extenuating, and aggravating circumstances. So someone gets into a car wreck on their way to school and they're late. Let's not write them up because they might have just totaled their car. And then follow progressive discipline unless the district believes the action of the educator is egregious. The district must treat all employees who commit the same or similar offenses essentially alike. I think that that's current practice. I've sat in a lot of meetings where they're talking about, the same discipline for the same kind of offense. So that's it.
Steve, do you have a question?
I do have a question on that last one because what if the progressive discipline is not the same, but the final action that we're dealing with at that moment is the same, but the past incidences are not?
And I think what you're alluding to is that you think that they've committed something that's more egregious, right? Like, or you're saying...
Well, what this says is the district must treat all employees who commit the same or similar offenses essentially alike.
Okay, well,
the history may not be the same, or
What I'm
similar?
trying to get at is if someone is late, we'll just keep using the late thing. And if the practice is that usually means they get a letter of direction, then that's what we would normally give them. Assuming it is, of course, their first offense or the first time we're having the conversation. If it is something that we've had the conversation over and over and over again, then you're following progressive discipline.
Are there any other questions or clarifications? And may I assume that you would like to take this back and discuss?
If I can get a response this evening, then we could definitely return it. And if not, then I think we could get through it pretty quickly next Thursday.
Sounds good. All right, thank you. We are moving right along to, and hopefully I have this one right, Article 23, Charlie, Jcea Charlie. And I believe that Christine will also be walking us through that, as she's also hooking the document to the agenda. So,
Okay. We are going back to original language with some more minor suggestions. So in 23-2-2, JRLP educators can be required to report to a physical location in person as determined by the school requirements and the school collaborative process. Staff meetings will be virtual unless scheduled through the school collaborative process. Through the collaborative process, buildings will make every effort to meet family and student needs when considering virtual or in-person events using data and best practices. The workday will be the same as neighborhood schools. The 40-hour work week will include plan time and a daily duty-free lunch per Article 5. And then we accepted the homebound. And then JVA will be the primary provider of asynchronous. And then we added some language down here. Asynchronous classes may be taught at an accelerated rate, completing a traditional semester course in a quarter, like a block schedule. But teachers of those classes will be limited to no more than 150 students per traditional semester, August to December and January to May. As per Article 8 of the Jcea contract, classes may exceed 30 students enrolled in each course at one time.
Bless you. And if there are any questions, Amanda?
It's a quick question. What, when it says teachers of those classes will be limited to no more than 150 students per traditional semester, does that mean during the summer they could have more than 150 students?
Well, does JV? I don't. Okay.
They offer credit recovery.
What I'm talking about is the Article 8 says per grading semester. So currently they are looking at doing a quarter schedule at an accelerated rate. So if you think about a grading semester, would that be per quarter? They're really concerned about the potential of seeing up to 600 kids in a year because 150 per quarter would be a lot.
Right. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. That's helpful.
Steve?
Yeah, mine's really just more of a learning moment for being new to Jeffco, but we are allowing a full semester course to be taught in a quarter. Is that something that's already being done, or is that something you're requesting? I'm really posing that to anybody.
I don't know for sure if it's, it sounds like they're planning to do compacted courses where they are teaching them at a more accelerated rate currently. They are taught over a semester typically.
Okay.
And students access the content approximately a week at a time. So the teachers don't just put all of the content out there, and the kids can self-pace like you would in a college course.
Kind of like where Brandman offers courses over the weekend and you get 3 credits for a
Right?
weekend course.
There you go.
Okay. All right.
From my understanding, they've gone through this collaborative process. So like the whole staff has agreed for this change for next year, and it wouldn't be like they wouldn't be offering 6 classes in a quarter. It would be 3 classes each quarter, so the students could move through fewer content areas at an accelerated rate.
So kind of like how Colorado College teaches. Okay, gotcha. Thank you.
And currently there's some summer school programs like that where the students will take like one course for a few weeks and get the semester credit.
Okay. Any other questions? Clarifications? All right.
Actually, I do have one more quick question. I feel like there's no red lines. Like there was, where's the rest? Where's our language that we proposed? Am I crazy?
No, I mean, I think the intent was that because we went back to original language that we didn't, I didn't work on some of this, but I think that that's what we were putting in there.
Okay, that's okay. That's helpful to know that we went back to original language.
Maybe if I'm remembering from many moons
I know, I
ago,
think
this
it was a
bargaining
while
session, it seemed like the district proposal was to put them together in one grouping, and that working with those teachers, they feel that they're different animals and they should not be grouped together. And so they wanted it separated back out. And so for them, going back to the original language was the request. They didn't know where to go from the red line that we received.
Thank you. And also just for everyone's peace of mind, we are proposing homebound language be added to Article 8. So you will see that next week.
Great. Thank you. All right. Fantastic.
Michelle, I might need 1 minute before we move over 11. Like, can we take a 5-minute break?
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah, let's do a 5. Man, yeah, you're right. We should do a 5-minute comfort break for everybody. Okay, so we're going to take about a 5-minute break. We will be back at, I guess we could, 7:55. All right. All right, thank you and welcome back. We have one more item on our agenda, unless we decide we have time for counter proposals. If that works out, it does. If not, we've got a lot on the agenda for next week. So the last item that we have tonight is Article 11, which is academic freedom. And I believe Christine is pulling that up or has posted it to the agenda. And I will go ahead and share my screen, and I will go ahead and walk people through the changes. But anybody that was on the team that was working on this, if you want to jump in, if I forget to mention something, please feel free to do so. It's all right. Share. No. Did I do it wrong? I don't know. Yeah, I think. It doesn't like me. Am I doing something wrong? All right, so I have the share in the top right. Oh, you're sharing that. Go to your. What? All right, let me try again. Share. Yeah, I don't know why this isn't working. Okay. Yeah, if it doesn't let me do it this time, I might need to. Oh. Is that you? Yeah, it doesn't. Microsoft. Maybe it's because I'm on an Apple. I don't know. Oh, weird. Okay. All right. Well, then I will say the things. I'm going to leave that and say the things. All right. So starting at the top of this article, if you want to make it maybe just a little bit bigger, Christine. I don't know. That's or not. So in 11-2, going down, we accepted all of the changes that you had, the kind of consolidation of the language into the bullet points. And then moving down, we've accepted those changes in 11-3, in 11-4, in 11-6. In 11, new 6, old 7, what we've done here is we've gone back to the original language. This is what was in our original contract language. We feel that it was very important when we brought it. It is still very important that that be lifted up. The educators are not forced to change student grades if they have followed all the building grading policies and that they've been communicated to the students and to the parents. Administrators will not unilaterally change grades. A grade may be changed after collaboration with that educator. So if the administrator feels that there's some valid purpose, like this grade, we need to discuss this. And let's sit down and decide, is the best path forward just changing the grade, or do we need to change what the assignment was for that student to achieve that grade, particularly if it was in terms of an accommodation? Let's give them the appropriate accommodation then. But this is just something that our members had shared with us had happened on more than one occasion where they just looked in the Infinite Campus, it had been changed, they couldn't figure out who, and it became a point of distrust between the educator and the student and the administrator. And so we feel that the collaborative process would be more appropriate. And if that, maybe that is like, the teacher needs to have that conversation, understand, okay, where are we not seeing eye to eye? That communication needs to occur. So that is why we went back to the original language. Moving on down to 11-5, new 8. So this was new language that we proposed this year that had been taken out, and we've put it back in. We just feel that there are a number of places in this contract where we put in a statement of value or purpose or intent, and it's important that we believe that the district should hopefully acknowledge the expertise and the professional knowledge of their classroom teachers. We know that we are provided a lot of meaningful PD to help us become experts in professional knowledge. We have professional degrees and master's degrees, even doctorates. And so this is part of being an educator. So we feel that acknowledging that is an important statement. Educators will use the research-based curriculum to meet state and district learning standards. Educators, in consultation with their content teams, may utilize resources and or methods of instruction based on knowledge of their students and areas of expertise. So as an educator in the classroom and somebody who has experience with these students day after day after day, and seeing how the curriculum is either meeting their needs or not meeting their needs, we believe we need the freedom to make adjustments. Like, this is moving too slowly, or this is way above their heads. How can I scaffold this better? We need to know that we have the freedom to provide our students the best possible level of education, the best resources, the best curriculum, the best lessons, so that they can make progress. We then struck some of the language that had been proposed, and we added in they will not be required to only use scripted lessons from a third party that may not adequately address those student needs or may actually impede the student learning outcomes. So we understand that there are some scripted curriculums that maybe are being used by people that they really enjoy and they find is very helpful, and that they're getting a lot out of. But not every classroom, not every student is the same. And so that is a great resource, but if I find that I need to scaffold differently, or maybe choose a different type of lesson to address their needs, I don't want to be, I have to be on page 15 and doing this particular lesson in this particular way. It might not be the best thing for those students. So while we acknowledge that they are out there and that there are there are educators that are happy to have them, there are also situations in which teachers who are professionals have created decades worth of lessons that are really amazing and that their students get a ton out of, and we don't want to pitch those out because they don't follow a certain script. So that is why that was changed. We agreed to your strikeout here at the end of that particular section. So then in 11-8, Jeffco Public Schools acknowledges the importance of involving, so we agreed to all that, the classroom teachers. Okay, I guess we've agreed to that, so I'm just going to move on. Oh, we added in classroom teachers and TOSAs will be included in a curriculum and or resource request for proposal. The language, I think we were messing, it seemed a little clunky the way it was before. They will also be included in, and then et cetera, those content review committees, et cetera. Moving on down, we agreed to your strike throughs on the next couple of items, but down under 11-8, we've added in classroom teachers serving on the curricular resource committee will be provided that release time. If it's outside the contracted, we've agreed to that. The district's teaching and learning department will work with Jcea to invite educators to serve on those committees. So again, it's just another way to make sure that we're inviting as many people as possible, because sometimes people read their particular email it's in, great, and sometimes they don't. They read this other one, and also sometimes people are like, I had no idea that this curriculum committee was taking place. I missed it somehow. So if we could just partner with making sure that we get the invite far and wide, and so that people feel that they did have a chance, it was out there to be involved in that committee. Moving on to 11. I don't even know what that is now. 11-something. We agreed to your strike through, and then hopefully, yep, I'm in the right spot. We've added back in educators will have the autonomy to adapt instructional materials to meet the diverse needs of their students and are encouraged to develop and share lessons that align with the curriculum frameworks and state standards. So yes, we want to make sure that we are providing our students with a guaranteed and viable curriculum that, that the state and the district has agreed to. But we also acknowledge that there's more than one way to get to that sometimes. And if road A isn't getting there, we need to know I'm going to take road B then, because this is what the students in front of me need, and we need the autonomy to do that, sometimes on the fly. I think we've all been in a situation where in the middle of a lesson, we're like, no, this is not working. It worked last year. It was amazing. And this year they're not getting it. I need to stop and do something different. And so again, our teachers are experts in their curriculum and working with their students, and we need to acknowledge and have trust in that. And if that's not the case, then that educator needs support. But we believe that our educators do have that, expertise. And then finally, we put this back in as well. The timelines for implementation of new curriculum will be determined by the curriculum committee and accompanied by adequate and timely professional learning. This is something that has been coming up with some of the new curriculums coming out, where people feel as though we don't want to rush to put something out before we're fully ready, before people are fully trained and they understand it. Has it been field tested? Has somebody tried this out and piloted it and decided that it worked? Did they have an opportunity to give feedback, or was the pilot just we're going to pilot and then we're going to do it anyways? And so there needs to be a reasonable timeline to make sure this is really the best resource. And again, I'll go back to saying that there is some great resources out there that we can spend money on. But we also have a lot of experts in our classrooms right now that would be happy to create amazing lessons with their teammates. And we don't want to forget that. We want to make sure that we are acknowledging that expertise, and then also giving our educators the time and the space necessary to roll something out in a way that is successful for them, so that they feel good teaching whatever it is they're teaching, and that their students are getting what they should out of it. So that was the thinking behind the language changes. I want to open it up to my teammates. If I didn't address any piece of that, please let me know. But you will definitely be able to help me answer any questions, as I assume there may be some. So, yes, Beth.
Yeah, I wanted to ask about is there a common definition of what you're thinking of when you say scripted lessons and scripted curriculum?
I will turn that over maybe to Rob or Dale, but from what I'm understanding because I haven't had this situation yet with what I teach, but I know that some teachers in our school are told, here is the new curriculum and you are going to follow this verbatim through the lessons without any deviation. And what the teachers at my school, what they were finding was this particular lesson was great for the advanced kids. And the kids that were maybe the on grade level, let's say, it was way above their heads, and they were out of it by day 3. They weren't paying attention. The behavior problems were increasing, and the teacher was like, "What am I supposed to do? I'm supposed to be teaching this particular whatever it is for the next 6 weeks, and I'm in day 3 and I've lost them." So that was sort of what I'm referring to. But I will also turn it over to maybe Rob, if you want to provide.
I think a lot of them have been rolled out in math. So a lot of the math curriculum, I think, has been.
I don't think it's a technical term. I wouldn't say that we've adopted scripted curriculums. I think.
Yeah, that's kind of our term, I think.
Yeah.
That's not a industry standard term, I don't think.
Yeah. So I think
I will know more next year, because actually a colleague of mine is on the committee for curriculum, Krista Mink, and we will be teaching a chemistry curriculum, just to learn more about it, I guess.
Yeah.
And find out a little more, hands-on answer some of these questions, I guess.
And to provide input. Yeah.
Exactly. And it will be a pilot next year, so.
Yep.
So we'll see how it goes.
Great. Another question. On the last one, it says new curriculum will be determined by the curriculum committee. Is there a curriculum committee currently?
Well, I haven't sat on this, but what I understand is that there's committees that get together to discuss. If we're going to roll out a new curriculum, they invite various teachers to participate in that. TOSAs, I'm assuming administrators at the district level as well, to discuss, all right, we want a new math curriculum. So let's look at some different possibilities. So that's what we're understanding as the curriculum committee.
Okay, we might just have to adjust the language there a little bit just to add more clarity there. Committee, okay. And they developed curriculum, is that right? You're thinking back when we used to have the the documents that we would create and we'd get paid over the summer, right? Right. Yeah, that was awesome. I like that. Yeah. Yeah, so there's that kind of committee, and then there's requests for proposal committee, to look at different curriculums and go through that process.
There is a science curriculum committee that Chris is on, and like this year they're trying the pilot for chemistry. I think the next year they were going to do something with physics.
So she was a part of the RFP content committee, review committee.
Okay.
That
I don't
looked at
know
all
what
the
name it
different
is, but
curriculums, to decide which ones to go forward with. Yeah, she was on that. But that committee didn't determine the timeline. The timeline was determined several different factors. When did the new standards come out? What budget? What have schools adopted? So that committee didn't determine the timeline. So we might just have to think about how we word that a little bit differently.
And is there a reason? Like, is it because that's illegal, or why is it a different committee? Is so I'm just wondering, like, why is it a different group?
I'm not sure. I mean, I came to Jeffco in June, and they said we'll be going through an RFP for science this year. My supervisors told me that. So we got the committees together to do all the different processes, and it took several months to do all of those. So I'm not sure exactly where that is, but it's not a curriculum committee who makes the timeline for different adoptions. I don't know if that could be, but I could look into it.
Yeah, because I'm thinking, like, if I'm helping develop that curriculum and somebody says it should be implemented next month, and I'm like, well, there's no way it can be implemented next month. There's, or 3 years down the road, well, no, it's going to be ready by next fall. So I'm just wondering if there might be some more hand-in-hand work that could happen so that, because the people working on that committee, like, I think they might have a good sense of when it would be ready to roll out, or at least they should be consulted, would be my thought, unless there was some legal issue.
No, I'm sorry. I misspoke. Okay, so during the RFP committee process, there were content review committees, resource review committee, and the last committee was across content, and they did determine timelines.
Okay.
Sorry.
Okay.
Yes, yep.
All right. Great.
Yep. Sorry about that.
Yeah, and then whatever that committee is, like, they should also be able to meet and discuss, like, okay, y'all, we piloted this. How did it work? What worked well? What didn't? Can it be tweaked, or is this just not working for our students? Or, yay, this is great. So we want to make sure we have that feedback loop too, to make sure it's that teachers want to teach it, that they enjoy teaching it, because if they like it and they enjoy it, they're going to do a great job.
Absolutely.
But if it's something that they're feeling like they're pushing back against, it's not going to be a good experience.
Yeah, exactly. So that's why next year, like Rob said, we're starting with just 10 chemistry teachers, and it's going to be a small cohort. They're going to have opportunities to give feedback, and we're going to be meeting together to have those opportunities throughout the year.
Okay. Mm-hmm. Dale.
So to get to, like, the scripted curriculum and whatever, I think what we want to avoid, and I can tell you right now, it's a hill we're going to die on, is we don't want teachers being told, you're going to teach this lesson and you're going to teach it this way, because it's not good for anybody. We want teachers to we want a curriculum, like, what are we going to teach? And we would love to have resources available for teachers to draw from. And they can choose to use those resources, or they can choose to use something that they've created or that their team has created. We don't want teachers being mandated, you have to teach this very specific thing. I teach AP US History, and a couple of years ago we had they changed the curriculum and all this other stuff, and there was a lot of stuff out there that was not true. that was put out there. We didn't teach George Washington anymore. Well, you can't teach American history without teaching George Washington. He just wasn't specifically mentioned in the curriculum. What they gave us was a framework. And the framework was, you have to do these things. There were big ideas, big overarching ideas. How you achieve these goals is totally up to you, and what lessons you use and the methods that you use are totally up to the AP teachers. And I think and it's worked really well. And I think that's kind of what we want. There's certainly resources that the College Board has that we can draw from and use those resources. And sometimes I do, most of the time I don't. But I think that's kind of what we're driving at here. We want overarching ideas like, this is what they've got to know. How you get there is totally up to you, because that's the magic that happens in the classroom. And that's what we're trained to do, is to do that. And that's really what we're driving for. We don't want to be mandated. This is the lesson you got to do, and you've got to do it this way, because it's really not beneficial, I don't think, to anybody. And that's the message we're getting from our teachers, that this is what they want. And this is a hill we're going to die on.
Yeah, and I will just, sorry, I hope I'm not cutting anybody off. Yeah, I would go back to, what we decided what we accepted as a definition, like standards or broad learning goals that they should know, understand, and do over time. The curriculum is an organized plan of instruction comprised of a sequence of instructional units, right, that engages them in mastering those standards, and finally resources or the instructional materials. So we definitely want access to that. Like when my very first year here in Jeffco, I had nothing. I had no books. I felt like I was just thrown into the deep end and told to swim, and it was rough. I would have appreciated. I had the we call it the scope and sequence. I did have a scope and sequence, but the organization was a little all over the place, and it wasn't ideal. And so having, like, we moved to the CAP documents, and that was helpful. Like, having some structure is great, and having a resource available to me is great, and it's much appreciated. But it's kind of like let's say a construction worker with their tool belt. Like, sometimes you're like, I need this tool, or this tool isn't working for me today. I'm going to try this one instead. And knowing that I have access to that, but sometimes I need to, use my expertise of what I've done before and what's worked. And also I'm seeing that this isn't working, and I don't want to have to be, and we've heard horror stories, not in this district, but where somebody's like, all right, on Tuesday, first 10 minutes are going to be this, and your second 20 minutes are going to be that. And then you're going to do, and nobody wants that kind of, micromanagement, which we're not suggesting is happening here at this time, but we also don't want that happening here. So not that we're suggesting that's where it's going, but that's just one of those things where it's like, yes, we appreciate having resources, but sometimes being in lockstep all the time, it makes that the creative part of being an educator, like, it's like a lot of us got into it because it's fun. Like, we like what we're teaching, and like, oh, how am I going to do this year? I did this project last year, but I want to try something different this year, and knowing that I can make those choices kind of based on what the students want to do, what do I want to do, and is it still getting to that same learning? Are we still hitting the same learning target each year? Hey, Beth.
Yeah, I think I love that, and I think just the term scripted could be subjective to different people of how they're reading that. So if it's a research-based instructional resource or curriculum, if someone's telling you must teach it, that's the person who's telling you to do that. That's not the scripted. That's not the resource. So the resource is the research-based support that the teacher's getting for the classroom. And I've been in dozens of classrooms this year, and I've never come down to write a note on somebody like, I don't have the lesson out. I'm not reading exactly what it's saying. I'm looking at the overall environment and what the kids are doing. And I see teachers adding in those pieces, like different videos or, different pieces to bring in. And I think that's great. And I think we support that going along with
what's best for students and engaging students the best we can in the learning.
Kendra?
I appreciate what you say, and I agree with that. I think it's about expectations with implementation with a resource. I mean, I think back to when I started in Jeffco 30 years ago. I walked in as a brand new baby teacher, and it was, okay, what's the teacher next door to me teaching, and what does Teachers Helpers sell on their shelf that's second grade workbooks, that I could pull from. And so I don't think any of us are saying go to that extreme, because we need those supports, but it does come down to, I think, implementation expectations, and maybe, I don't know, maybe that's the language we need to welcome of the district provides resources and acknowledges teacher expertise in the implementation of that resource to best meet the needs of their kids. I don't know, something along those lines, so that people aren't feeling what you just acknowledged you wouldn't think would be happening.
Anna?
I think just to add on to that, I think we care so much about ensuring that kids are getting to the standards. So maybe some sort of collaborative work in the language around, like, we're committed to the standards and to kids mastering the standards. And then the flexibility comes in how that happens, right? And it looks different in so many different places based on who's in the room.
Thank you. Any other comments, questions, concerns? Okay. Well, it is 8:30. How would you like to proceed? Okay. Yeah. Okay. We got a lot done tonight. I feel good about that, and we've got some work in our court. And so I'm thinking we've got 2 sessions scheduled for next week. And so I believe that, we can hopefully come to some resolution on a couple of these, perhaps next week. So that being said, what I will do is, if people want to go ahead and be reading through the notes while maybe we discuss agenda a little bit. So next week, just as a heads up, we are going to be at Thursday night. We'll be at Jcea. So that will be starting at 4:30. Jcea will not be live streamed. So just so people understand, if you want to come on down, come on down. And then that Saturday, 2 days later, we're going to be back at the bargaining table here at the Ed Center. So we are beginning at 9. Is that right? 9 to 4 is what I think
we had 9 to 4.
Okay, 9 to 4, and that will be live streams, but we're going to have some big, probably agenda items then as well. And so you're welcome to come on down again on Saturday or tune in to the live stream. But looking at the agenda for next Thursday specifically, we're going to do a return on both 8 and 5. So it'll be the District Bravo of 8 and the Jcea Delta of 5. And those kind of go hand in hand. So it's good that we're discussing them, I think, kind of in tandem. And so that's how we'll start our evening. And I'm going to put 13 on there as tentative. There's a good chance we might move that to Saturday and try to wrap up some other items, but that's tentative for right now. Article 9 will be the Jcea Charlie, and then you guys will have...
We have 12, 15, and 16, and then we will have 20 to hopefully redline. Oh, P.S. 20 is actually, that was actually your golf version, and hotel is our version. I went back through and I'm counting them, and it's not easy to count letters.
I was like, did I do that? Like, whatever that is, the call sign's wrong.
Nope, you were right. But yeah, we will have Article 20 for sure, and we will do our best to take a look at Article 11 this week, and if not Thursday, then Saturday.
Perfect. Okay. All right. And then I guess at this point, if everybody would like to...
Oh, I'm sorry. Also 23. We'll have 23 by...
23.
At least by Saturday, if not Thursday. Let's just do them all on Thursday.
I always like to plan a little extra and not get to it. That's my planning style. So Article 23, Delta. No. And you guys can, if the teams would thumbs up when you're done reading through the notes, make any changes we need to make. And I do want to thank, while we're doing that, I was remiss. I should have done this directly after dinner, but I would like to thank Golden High School for providing a delicious home-cooked meal for us tonight. It was wonderful. We really, really enjoyed that. So thank you so much, Golden. And so, and thank you to everybody who came out tonight to participate in our negotiation session. We appreciate you.
Hey, Michelle, can I also give a shout out to a digital teacher librarian in the district?
I would love that.
So this digital teacher librarian is at Oberon Middle School, and her name is Toby Ertl. And Toby was recently recognized as with Distinction in School Library Service Award. She was nominated and received that award, and she is the only recipient in the entire state of Colorado. So I just want to do a quick shout out for Toby and her hard work at her library and school.
Rock on. All right. Are we all good? Right on. All right. Thank you, everybody, and we'll see you all next Thursday at Jcea. Have a great night.